Welcome to today's session of Viewer Levels. As we await the first submissions to populate the queue, we're going to take a look at a warm-up level. This is from a few weeks ago, mid-February, by, I believe it's pronounced Kinna, perhaps? Thank you for the follow. And I don't read Japanese, but the translation engine on my phone tells me that the title is something like Environmental Destruction Feels Good. And the description says, since it is no longer possible to vibrate the thwomp continually, 5 corrections are made. Posting was long as it was on the verge of storage. Be careful with screen shaking. So yeah, Rectendo, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Let's take a look. And thank you for the submission. You will be first in queue after we are finished with the warm-up level. I look forward to seeing new directional trials. Left and right detection. Okay, looking forward to it. So anyway, let's give the screen a good shake just to shake off some of the rust, I'm sure. And we'll see what this concept is all about. Okay, just needed to have a scroll break over here. Don't really see how to do anything about that on-off switch, but wow, this is really quite jittery. Hope those of you watching at home are not quite throwing up, because this is actually a little bit much to handle. That's okay, I can still see, somewhat. I think if I stay a little bit far back from the thwomp, this shaking isn't quite as bad, but... there we go. And Rectendo, you were saying, guess what the Castle Knight theme does? You mean, aside from the usual thing, where you swim around in Castle Knight? Well, I guess we'll have to see the answer to that. Anyway, this is jittery. But we'll try to retain the mushroom and see if we have any better luck this time. Yeah, that warning in Japanese about the screen shaking was really not kidding around. It's going to make me quite dizzy, I think, by the end of it. But hey, it's a good stress test for our video encoding. And whoop. I just completely missed that because... welcome, Meg. I don't know if you were attempting an emote, or if that message means something completely different, but whoa, okay. Anyway, might want to have your vomit bags ready, because this level, I think, is going to give everybody a good, solid barf. Whoops. Whoa! Surprisingly tricky just to make simple jumps when the boom booms and thwomps are doing all that upstairs. Okay, should actually exercise the spin jump option a little more often. And thank you, Meg, for the code. I should actually pay attention to the level instead of reading the title, which is Bonsai Reboost. But looking forward to Bonsai Reboost when we get there. Now, I believe I couldn't actually go down this pipe. I think I just have to make my way over to the next thwomp, but we'll just check this to be sure. While we're still able to see anything at all. Maybe I am supposed to go for the scroll break over here? Ah, yes, because then the thwomp will continue. Let's let this settle down a bit first. Whoops. Was again slightly thrown off by the vibration. I'm kind of glad for once that I'm not playing with a controller that has rumble right now. I am on the Super Nintendo pad. I usually miss the rumble because when you play a lot of puzzles in particular, it's good to have a physical indication of when things like bombs are exploding, opening up new pathways. Here, however, I think the visual effect is already quite a lot to deal with for the senses. And yeah, we'll just have to take it across. Easy 436, thank you for the submission. Of the Green Brick Road 2. Looking forward to it. Okay, drag this guy down. And then let's not get hit by everything. Okay, much better. Much better. Let's not grab the 30 coin. Let's grab the checkpoint, though. Okay, that guy is going to be survivable. That's a wall jump location for sure, this being new soup. A very shaky soup. Oh, very interesting. Coin block opening over here. I guess the task that befalls us now is just to get over the pipe, but we'll do it this way. And get right out of here. Now it's going to be a chase sequence, I bet. It's a chase sequence, and yeah, I completely misread that. There is, however, what looks like a reset door, perhaps? Unless that's actually just an exit door. It's okay, let's grab the mushroom. And continue. Oh, interesting. We have the on-off blocks in the red state this time. Of course, being always the case when we respawn. I don't know if it makes any difference. Given that we are reset to the off state in this room anyway. But yeah, I guess I have to punch this and then make my way around. I did not expect to slide that far. Let's try this again. Okay, kind of a clever power application. And down we go. Yeah, let's get out of the way. And just do the hoppy thing like we were trying previously. And through we go. Okay, let's not get smashed this time. No, we got smashed.
Oh, no.
However, leaving the on-off switch in the off state would obstruct the thwomp in the middle section, wouldn't it? Maybe that is one of the keys to doing this, but I feel like I am supposed to race it, though. So, we'll go back and see if we can read that room a little more accurately. Well, sure, let's just take the hit and go on. Yeah, because if the central thwomp just hits the 30 coin, unfortunately that won't really give me a safe location to stand in. And I can only hit that once regardless. Oh, I see. So they are triggered by the switch, not by proximity. Oh, bad idea, bad idea. Whoa. Not so bad, after all. Back up we go. You once made a no-jump level with the squirrel power-up? Yeah, I've seen those. Because the no-jump condition is basically a no-landing condition, right? So I actually do see a fair bit of those with the squirrel. And they do tend to be interesting when they are properly designed, which is not always the case. Do I want to do things this way? There's no switch activation available to me here. Okay. That wasn't so bad. Now that I roughly know what's going on. Whoops. Have to play a little more accurately, though, and a little bit faster. Okay, there is, however, a checkpoint. Yeah, best to do just race as fast as we can, instead of dealing with all that. Oh, that's going to be a problem.
Oh no!
Yep, really do need to rush ahead much faster. No point in stalling for any reason here. Okay. Down we go. Wow. That is surprisingly challenging, just to get through that one-way panel gap. It's okay. Just need to play a bit more smoothly. Whoa. That's going to lose a little too much time. Yep, too slow. Losing too much time on that wall slide up top.
Oh no!
Okay, and down we go. Let's not wall slide this time. Let's do something a little more sensible. And whoops, missed a jump.
Oh no!
It's okay, we know we can make that. Could not possibly be that rough. Okay. Okay, down we go. Now this is what got me last time. Yeah, sure, we'll take that. Not the best idea, but...
Oh no!
Right, because we need the spikes to fall on top of the head of the Pokey. And easy 4-3-6, I'm okay with trolls. I don't particularly go out of my way for them, but I do take them, and I do occasionally solve them. And sometimes, for the longer trolls, I do have to do them over multiple submissions instead of in one segment, but, you know, we do tend to push through them as best as we can. Okay. The drag from the ice here was a slight problem. Whoa! Couldn't quite see my way through the coins. It was a bit surprising to see the coin that block transformation there from the P-switch. But it's okay. We'll go back and we'll do it. Yeah, too slow. Too many issues with accuracy.
Oh no!
Yeah, you do have to be fast enough to do that wall jump unless you just want to take the damage boost. I think in most cases it probably is fine to just take the damage boost. But then when you get to the pokey segment, your speed gets reset anyway in terms of your positioning relative to the spike balls. So. Yeah, let's just take it.
Oh no!
It's slippy and slidey, but we'll get it soon enough. Nope, too much slowdown on turnaround there.
Oh no!
New soup levels definitely have their charms. That I will admit. Definitely one of the challenges here is just to read what's going on, because of how much is going on visually. Okay, I'll be too slow this time. Actually, I can slide under that, can't I? I should be able to. I'm not sure, I didn't think so, but... Yeah, I should be able to, actually. I've done that before in new soup levels all the time. Down we go. Nope. Maybe if I'm small. Okay. Let's go down. Whoa. Once again, a little bit too slippery. I should fall down the right side. Yeah, I think you mean SMP1, right? Easy 436. I believe that's what you're talking about. Whoops. Yeah, that's not gonna go. Let's just take the death.
Oh no!
And then we'll go down. And back down. And yeah, as Small Mario, you can slide under the piranhas. Back to Small Mario, if you're behind on time, that's pretty much the only way you can do it. I don't think the wall jump interaction is ever going to be that good. Okay, out we are. And yeah, Rictendo, I think
Time.
when it comes to the 3D world style, part of the issue is that there never was originally a game that operated as a 2D analog of 3D world before Maker 2 came out, so people didn't have years of internalized mechanics. I tend to be used to it because I've played lots of Maker 2, but it doesn't quite control the same way as 3D World itself, right? So the 3D World theme is very much an original Mario game that a lot of players never trained on. And it has a lot of mechanics that you do need to learn that are specific to that style. So, anyway. Thank you for the GGs. Let's get into the queue. Thank you for the patience of everybody waiting so far. Let's see what Rictendo has to offer. You said you got the game on Switch 2 weeks ago. I could swear I've seen multiple people by the name Rictendo drop by around here, but here's new directional trials from the end of January. A new left and right detection level. Use reset doors and pipes if it messes up. Version 2. Okay. Love the cover image of the SMB2 sprite. And... ah yes, okay, so this is a direction detection mechanism. So left is off, right is on. Let's just keep that in mind. Okay, so we'll just need to face... love the responsiveness of it. It's very similar to the one that's Nabuz designed for YMM last year, I think. Although that original design was broken. And so I know there's been a lot of different detection tech that's come up since. Okay. So far so good. Oh, whoops. Trying to do a mid-air adjustment on that jump didn't quite work. Really do like that track layout. I think that has worked out well. Yeah, because I remember talking to Nabuz or Gabuz about the directional mechanisms like this last year, and that he had a couple of alternatives that got it down to like 7 frames or 12 frames when it comes to the response time, but it's really snappy here, and I love how it just works fine in midair. And yeah, I know you can go through without ducking, but we'll do everything safely. I'm not a precision player, so has to be careful. Whoops. Needed a shorter jump there. I had the right idea in terms of the mid-air adjustment. And yeah, Rictendo, got to work on that autocorrect. But I do get your point. And we should go for that 30 coin at some point, but for now we'll just keep things simple. Yeah, a little bit too late on the directional switch. No, I know it's not a precision level. I'm just saying that because I'm not a precision player, I tend to be a little bit safe about how I navigate things like the saw blade hitboxes. Because those hitboxes aren't things that I'm going to be playing through with a lot of finesse. So, no, I know the amount of room on this level feels perfectly comfortable. I have no issues with that. And that's just why I have a habit of ducking. There we go. Why bother to grab the 30 coin? Because when I play levels, I just like going for optional objectives. Okay. There we go. Wasn't too bad, actually. Well, no, trying to jump onto the next platform there. Couldn't quite get enough space to make that correction, so... And yes, you're quite right. They are nothing compared to the spike hitboxes, especially with some of the spike artwork in styles like New Soup in particular. Where the 3D-ness of the sprite does make things difficult to see. Hey, we said something about grabbing the 30 coin even though they're not that useful. Let's just do it. Just as a proof of concept. See? Not too bad. Only going to do it that once, though, I think. What if that objective turns out to be a trick, or indeed a troll? Well, sometimes we just find out the hard way. But I think this level has played pretty fair by us so far, so... not too concerned. There we go. Thought I could turn right and run there. That was a bad idea. I do need to have a somewhat better landing. You once went through it without ducking? Yeah, that's precisely what I'm not going to try doing, but congratulations. Okay, there we go. I tend to do most things the hard way, whether I like it or not. So, whoops. Once again, couldn't quite get through the door there. You do need a much better landing. My jump's a little bit too short, but I had one attempt earlier where my jump was too high, and so just trying to compensate for that fact. And let's get up and go. Whoops, too high now. Never overcomplicate things? You might be on the wrong stream if you expect somebody who's not going to overcomplicate things. But, you know, we'll see. It's a form of playtesting. So occasionally how we break things that nobody else breaks. But yeah, it definitely has its advantages and disadvantages. Yay, okay, I got it. Yes, needed that momentum to get that second jump in while it was still facing left. There we go. There we go. was worried about the responsiveness for 1 second, but that turned out to be okay. That was a bit of a miss. Most of the time when we break levels, it isn't really intentional, it's just from curiosity. I tend to poke around at mechanisms quite a bit. But that has the effect of a lot of people sending me levels with interesting mechanisms, and so that's a win-win situation in my books. We get a lot of creativity here. And it's good to see a detection mechanism level again. I haven't seen one in a while, but I'd also been off the game for some time. And I know that some of the mechanisms have gotten quite interesting. I do see up top that it is using some kind of jump block detection that probably involves a Boo and a clown car. But I'm just guessing here. And I know it has something to do with the slope collision mechanics, and slopes being what they are. Oh. So yeah, this area is pretty straightforward as long as we make the final jump. There we go, got pushed into the correct direction. And yeah, I know that Nabuza's original mechanism did require some changes, but it seems like as a very recent level, you've managed to play around whatever it was that Nintendo patched out. Okay. There we go. Okay. Not enough room to run from that, I think. There we are. Much better. Now, getting on top of this will be tricky here. Whoops. Wanted to jump before I did that, but... yeah, because you will need to do that back and forth movement in midair, just in the correct sequence. Yeah, it's a really good use of this detection mechanic, that's for sure. But in coin segment up ahead, we'll take a little bit of practice just to iron out some of the technical errors on my side. Whoops. Assuming we get there consistently, of course. And this setup only works in Ground Knight theme? Yeah. Yep. I've been turning midair throughout this whole level, so that's not the issue. The issue is just making sure that I know when to jump before I turn and when to turn before I jump, and so that's the challenge of the level, right? I mean, that's the thing that I have to figure out, so... we'll see if we can make that work. Okay, coin time. Whoops. Didn't expect to bump my head against that. That threw me off slightly. And here we go. I don't know why I have such a preference for going up the right side column, even though either one obviously will do just fine. But I think I've been taking the right side column in that first section almost every time, and there's no particular reason for that. It's just a habit. Okay, there we go. That's much more comfortable. There we are. Let's do that after we grab the coins, of course. Okay, that was a close one. There we go. Okay. Yeah, this is a tricky jump in terms of remembering the sequence of inputs, but we can do it. It just takes a little bit of practice. There we go. Yeah. Almost there. And yeah. Okay. Yeah, because when you turn, you do have a moment where you can still jump, I think. But it's tricky. So sometimes I'm jumping a little too early relative to the turn. Yeah. If I actually change directions right before I jump, I'm still able to jump, which is kind of surprising in a way, but you know, we can do it, so out we go. And yeah, sure, let's take the checkpoint, why not? We want to maintain momentum like that. I kind of like that idea, actually, of having to work a little bit for the checkpoint. Because it also means that anybody going for the speed record should be skipping it, as they would, because, you know, if you are going for a speed record, you're not using the checkpoint anyway. Let's actually use the conveyor mechanic for once. Maybe that would be a smart thing to do. Let's see if we can go up the pipe accurately. There we are. Okay, so now we just dropped a bomb to the right side, of course, not on top of our heads. Oops. Needs a bit of momentum, perhaps? I don't know. Ah, interesting. Oh, because the bomb is walking towards the right, that's the issue. I need it to be changing its walking direction as well, and to do that, I need to have it face. Yeah, that's right. I understand. So it doesn't just spend all its time moonwalking like that. Anyway, we need to not die to it now from having it drop on our heads or something. There we go. Now let's bop this for no reason. Okay. Yeah. Have to think about both the walls and the belt, of course. And okay. Yeah, I really do have to understand how to do this properly. Because I want to face left whenever I'm going through the walls, but face right whenever I'm landing, right? So yeah, I have to find a pattern. The yeah sound only works in night teams. Is that true? I didn't think that was true. Okay. Let's try to do this one more time. Okay, I have to face left. I have to face right for the landing. Because we don't want to get pushed for the landing, yeah. And then have to take off pretty much right away. Yeah. That's the issue, is that sometimes I'm not compensating for the conveyor when I'm trying to make a small adjustment. And yeah, I know you can kind of do a sequence of backwards jumps. That's how we got through some of the previous stuff, but Maybe actually a continuous backwards jump will in fact do the trick. No, need a bit more momentum for that. Surprisingly tricky if you don't have it nailed down. Yeah, because I do want to get pushed by the belt. And then I want to jump and then face as I jump. Okay. Probably not a good idea to try to brute force this, because I'll just wind up timing out in this segment. Right before the checkpoint. Okay. Surprisingly difficult to keep the logic of the belt inside your head at the same time. Hang on. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I just had to let myself be pushed against the wall. And yeah, the time's ticking, but, you know, we hit a checkpoint, so I am not too concerned. Anyway, here's a boss. Oops. We do have to survive this before the walls close in. Let's see how to do this. Anyway, boss time. Right, because we don't want to have the bullets close in on us. The only way to avoid the bullets closing in on us is to not let the blasters hit the walls. So, and we also need to not be stunned. So yeah, as long as we avoid the stun from the ground stomp and also center the blasters so they don't squeeze us in the middle, that is going to be survivable. Hey Glitch, long time no see. Queue is open and still relatively short, so hoping to see something interesting. Okay. Whoa, that was not a very good stun, but that was that. Now, is this timed survival? I'm reading this as timed survival. It better be right, because I certainly see no way to inflict damage. And yeah, there we go. Greggy Spike, welcome. And yeah, you can see that Morton's stop was very much the point at that location, so thank you for new directional trials. Okay, let's take a look at F4C S J6 59G, and yeah, thank you for dropping by, Nick Ricktendo. And thank you for the submission once again. Glitch to Break was fine. It was very busy, much too busy for me to play much or stream. But I'm very glad to be back in this game. And even running more streams than usual, at least in the past 2 weeks or so. So anyway, here's a Bonsai Reboost by Mang. So we are in for some big, round, unspecified objects. Unidentified flying objects, maybe. But we'll see what we can do with this. And yeah, Glitch, it's nice to see you back in the game as well after your break from making. We need to go faster than that. We need to boost, and then probably the idea is to go quickly and then land on the bonsais. Except why would I want the helmet in that case? Unless I'm trying to squeeze into middle. Oh, right, because then we can just hit them one at a time on our way up. Yeah, okay. Let's... try to do that. I'm going to let them go a little bit further to the left. I should be able to get 3 consecutive bounces. And maybe I am supposed to take damage here. Maybe I'm supposed to take damage from the munchers. And then I go up like that. Yep, there we go. That's correct. I don't want to hit that like that, of course. But I have the right idea. Take damage, and then use the damage boost to do that. And then we do that. Cool. Okay, just needed to work on my spacing there, but I think the concept is very, very clear. Very satisfying interaction, as always. The fact that we have enough space to get off of that after dropping the floor is kind of neat as well. Nope. Needed to hold jump into that in order to land accurately into the bonsai. Very cool mechanic. Still surprises me every time that I can get safely out of that. Nope, needed to go low. I needed to fall down to the lower bonsai. Yeah, about a 0.8% clear rate on this, but I'm not actually that concerned because at least part of that is just people dropping out before they can figure out the mechanic, I'm sure. But once you understand it, it's very, very clear what to do. It's just kind of surprising because, you know, when do you ever see that kind of interaction? Shouldn't have hit the switch twice there. Once was plenty. Okay. There we go. Pretty generous range on that thing. And up. Yeah, didn't hold jump out of that thing. I was a bit too cautious going into that bounce. Surprisingly good margin of error on that. Whoops. Spent a little bit too long down low before getting the jump off the muncher stack. And there we go. And up. Okay, need to fall. And there we go. And then fall. Yeah, we got hit too early that time. We needed to get hit on the lower level. I kind of clipped the corner on my way down, and so we didn't have enough invincibility frames to work with. Yeah, as soon as you understand the mechanic, this actually feels pretty relaxed. The margin of error is plentiful, it's just that you need to understand what to do. And if you understand what to do, then everything falls into place pretty readily. Still need to execute it, of course, but... whoop. It's definitely not something that feels sub 1%, at least in this part of the level. It was kind of interesting, too, just to go through the process of understanding what's supposed to happen in the early part, which took a few attempts just to read what the mechanic was going to be and how to use the shell I'm given and also figure out the appropriate timing. But then I think that speaks to how successful that first screen is as a tutorial segment. That, you know, you learn it and then the level clicks. Okay. There we go, checkpoint. Spin jump, maybe? I don't know. Didn't actually see what was going on there. Oh, I see. No, I didn't see what was going on with the one-way panels. For some reason, I read that as a hard column all the way up, but it's only the 2 one-way panels you need to get over, so... So yeah, the purpose of this segment here is to introduce the spin jump. Can't fall into that little trap, of course. I see, so I just need to hold jump into that in order to get all the way over. Because the munchers are not the damage zone there, the boos are the damage zone. And I need to time that a little better. Not time it, but rather pull back on a jump, directionally speaking, in order to land on the bonsai stack. No. Oh, I see. No, I have to go to the right in order to get onto a lower bonsai, because if I don't start low on the stack, then I don't manage to get over that high position. So I think I do understand it like that. Yeah. Oops. Oh yeah, I needed to bust that down first. That block. Okay. Nice. And that's interesting. I feel like I was supposed to get something from that block. Like another shell or another opportunity to take a point of damage. Have to wind up lower on that stack. Get all 4 bounces, if we can. Okay. Nope, a little too slow. Yeah, I feel like I just have to be faster there. I am not going to get another opportunity to take another point of damage. I just need to get up to the pipe faster than I've been doing. I'm not falling quickly enough, that's the issue. I have too high an arc falling into that last muncher trap on the bottom. So, let's make that correction. See what we can do. Nope. Have to actually hit the shell, though. But the idea should be that as soon as I've cleared that center column, I want to go as fast as possible. Maybe. Let's actually hit the shell accurately, of course. It's clearly doable in terms of the time I have to get up to the pipe, but I have to enter the pipe accurately, and that's one of the harder things to do in this game, so just have to keep that in mind. There we go. Checkpoints. Okay, what has been introduced here? More bounciness. Yeah, we were just a little bit slow, but clearly we just needed to not run into anything and not stumble and just head over to this as soon as we can. Oh, I see. Yep, fall in and then go up the stack. Yep. Whoops. And yeah, Mang, I know last time you were saying something about a lot of the levels you make turning out to be more difficult than you expected. This actually feels like a really good difficulty. I think it's mostly a knowledge thing that's keeping its clear rate so low. Because when you understand what's supposed to happen, it feels really smooth. And not that difficult. At least not yet. Maybe there's some kind of obstacle that I'm not seeing yet. And then... Oh, I need to hit this. Because that will give me a point of damage. Okay, no, I don't want to take damage yet. I want to retain the mushroom until I bounce over to the next area, and then at a certain point after I've done a mushroom bounce, I will be taking damage. Whoops, let's hold jump. So yeah, I need to figure out where I will be losing the mushroom at the end of that spin jump sequence. Nope. Too much of an arc there. I was trying to aim for landing on the lowest bonsai in that stack of 3. It's clearly designed to be your starting position, but I didn't quite get my arc to fall accurately. Yeah, a little bit slow on that. Doing too much, in fact, to go around the ones on the top. And I've been going a little bit wide, a little bit slow. There we go, much better. Yeah, on that particular stack, you do need to kind of control your distance a little bit. I did notice that when I cleared it blindly my first time through. Yeah. Just have to drop in accurately, and that should be easily sorted out. Okay. Thank you for the follow. I'm too slow. I need to go much faster because the bonsais are going to spawn within camera range, within 4 tiles of a certain spot in the camera, so I just need to go really fast. So yeah, I spawned them too early and didn't keep my forward momentum to catch up to them, so whoops. And Doge, wow, thank you for whatever it is you sent over. Furry Mario gets a car license. I was distracted enough by that kind of blew an attempt, but that's okay, we'll fix that. And we'll see what it's like to be driving around in a catsuit, as I'm sure will be the case. Okay. Okay, maintain forward momentum. Okay, no, I do have to put one of those on, and I just missed the input for that. I knew I had to do that, it's just that I destroyed so many of those shells on the way down that I didn't quite pull off the input that I had intended, but it was very understandable to me what is supposed to happen there. I could, in fact, see it instantly. Whoa, too many collisions over there. I did need to drop down as soon as possible without any additional collisions, so we'll just make that change, because I was being a bit slowed by that location last time as well, and that was bound to get me into trouble eventually. So, here we go. Okay. And down. No, needed a higher bounce off that stack there, and that was just a bit of an input fumble as I was indecisive about whether to get a high bounce that time or off the next spiny. And so yeah, sometimes you just need to go for it. I know. Up we go. And up we go. Okay. Okay, that feels good. Let's not take absolutely everything. I was a bit slow on that once again. I really can't destroy all those shells and linger for too long, because by that point I'm already within bonsai spawn range. Yeah, I guess that's the only clarity issue I've had with this level so far, is that simply when you have bonsais going left to right that spawn on the right side of the screen, I don't know if I'm within triggering range, but I think after seeing that once, it's very clear to me that I just need to maintain forward momentum at all times and not linger too long on locations like the shell platform. Nope, have to retain the top of the stack there. Whoops. That's not how to do it. Okay, up we go. And down. And miss. Yeah, still need to estimate that curve a little bit better. Yeah, I'm still trying too hard to dodge the bullets on top of that stack of 3. That's the issue, is I'm clearly going too far left as I'm falling. I don't want to hit it either. There we go, much better. Much better. Okay. Nope, 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 nope. Have to land. And yeah, okay, that's when you're within bullet range. So I want to stay left. I don't want to destroy everything like I was doing there. Whoops. Technically, it should be possible for me to put on one shell and then grab another one in that segment. I don't know if that will actually do anything useful, but other than giving me the opportunity for a second damage boost. If for some reason I need a second damage boost at the end of that sequence, then I will know how to make that correction, so we'll just keep an eye out for that possibility. Nope. Was not getting the right distance from the spinies there. So yeah, can't linger too long on top. There we go. Once again, too wide an arc. I was also jumping too high, I think. Just need to fall very gracefully. There we go. Nope. I mean, in that position, getting off of the middle bonsai was probably acceptable, but we didn't make a very good demonstration of that. There we go, that's how to do it. Okay. There we go. No, I was trying to grab that, and I accidentally tapped it. So yeah, we need to clean up the shell grab for sure. I need to do it quickly and accurately, without running into such problems. A lot can go wrong with shell grab if you are not careful. Let's go down. Yeah, I guess with a shell grab, I mean, I wonder if I have enough time to destroy 3 of them and pick up 1 before I drop the platform. But we'll have to think about that. One thing I'm not doing enough of is considering when I can take damage by sliding into one of the bonsais from the side. Like that. Nope. Once again, I cannot just try to grab one when it's beside another because they will collide instantly. And I land on 2 at the same time. I mean, landing is not the issue here. It's just I need to pick one up safely. And so we'll see how to do it. I know what I'm intending to do, it's just that I'm not executing it accurately. I have a very clear idea of how to do that, but I'm not doing it. Okay. Nope. Surprisingly tricky. There's a particular horizontal position on that platform when you are within spawning range of the next bonsai stack. I don't think it is as soon as you get within that 4-wide falling lift. There's a particular square there that is safe from triggering the bonsais, and I mean, I can't quite figure out on the fly what that is, but I think trying to clear out the shells faster isn't going to do much for me, simply because you're not sort of within the camera boundary of the bonsai yet at that point. But it's a little hard to tell at a glance. I would have to look at it a lot more carefully than when I'm actively in the middle of playing it, so we'll see what we can do. No, once again. Yeah, no, I think the idea here is destroy 3. That's the best way. Bonsai spawn after the blue platform, yeah. Well, on the last few attempts, it certainly looked like that, so I think the idea is to destroy 3. If I can. The reason why it seemed like I was triggering the bonsais early on one of the early attempts was because I was kind of changing my direction between the left and right. Because I think the one time that I had grabbed a shell there successfully, I was grabbing it on the left, so we'll see. Okay. No. I was trying to wear the shell before jumping, and then I think I just put in the wrong input sequence. I do have to put it on very securely and wait through the end of that animation before I jump onto the muncher stack. But it's kind of interesting that, in theory, you can take 2 shells there if you strategize carefully, I think. But you probably don't have enough time to do it, because as soon as you put on a helmet, you're already pretty far down on the falling platform. Yeah. There we go. And whoa. Got sniped by that guy at the very end. Even had the horror effect attached to him very appropriately. I actually like that. As far as a last-minute surprise goes, that's pretty fair, actually. I didn't feel like it was coming out of nowhere. I knew that I was hesitating a bit slowly before getting into the pipe, and so I think I kind of deserved that. Whoops. It's not really that mean. It's actually quite fair if you are playing through it and you can feel the timing in your hands. I got punished for hesitating, and I didn't react to that quickly enough to just jump on top of it. You actually do get just enough time to read that and react to it, I just didn't do it well. Okay. No, I need a full jump there. I let up on the jump a little bit too early, and I don't know why. We're getting there, though. Okay. Very nice. Okay, pretty comfortable exit that time, too. Take that, Bonsai Bill. Okay, that's going to be useful for endless mode. And that's a win. Well, thank you for that, Meng. Fantastic level. Really, really good concept. Hadn't seen anything quite like that. And yeah, very well liked already. And It does not feel like something that's sub 1%. As I was saying earlier, I think that's definitely deflated by people who don't know what they're getting into and don't learn the mechanic at the start. But I think, as you could see, it didn't take very many attempts to understand what was going on. It's just that you have to think outside the box of how to normally interact with this game. Let's take a look at what's next. Okay, easy if you are still here. I think you are, but please check in just to be absolutely sure. And I'll punch this in. It's easy. I do see you listed in the chat, so I'll just give you a moment to respond. My apologies is for people who are listed in the chat but who are maybe AFK or something, is that I will just bump them back one spot. So we can head over to Glitch's level. And we'll see. Yeah. Okay, if Easy's not checking in, we'll just bump back one spot and do Glitches first quickly. Glitch, I completed all of your super world, as you can see from the flag on the right side. So we've got a lot that we haven't caught up on yet, though. So I don't know if you have a particular recommendation, something that you really want to see. I mean, I see that Mario in the middle is very, very new. But if you have another idea... you want to see Gunhead 2, okay. Our hero returns. Don't jump on moving blasters. And thank you to Red Knight for inspiration. Okay, more Gunhead it is. So for those of you who were not here months ago when we ran all of Glitch's Super World, it is a concept inspired by Cuphead using the cannon box, so we are not allowed to lose the cannon box. If this works anything like the previous levels, whoops. And what did I say? I lost the cannon box. What happens with the pipe? Okay. Yeah, it looks like I hit the exclamation block, and then that should push me up. Yes, push me up, because that way... Yeah, I can't jump into that location. I have to be pushed into it, so... Now here it looks like I just need a timed shot. Whoops. No, I was about to say I need a timed shot on the on-off block on the right side and a timed shot in the pipe on the left, and then that will push me up the bullet. So let's just take the hit, do that again. And yeah, checkpoint right at the start just to introduce the concept. So you don't need to be introduced that twice. Oh, okay, no. I need to stand back a bit so I don't touch the ceiling at the end of that shot. Okay. That's a little more understandable.
Oh no!
And let's just head onward. Okay. Definitely will need a bit of accuracy here. Whoops. Surprisingly, I made it through, but I still need a hat for this segment, so I will be dead.
Oh no!
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Nope, beat block. Oh, okay. That's what sniped me last time too, I think, is the spike ball coming out of the blasters. I did not see that coming. So yeah, that's one thing I just didn't even think about, was what would fire from the blasters, since I had comfortably assumed that they were just there to project me up to the ceiling. Okay, so we need to be careful with that. No, too soon. Too soon. So yeah, it's going to be fire and then dodge the spike ball and then get back onto the blaster platform. Yeah, I do think the spike balls from the blasters did kind of catch me by surprise, but now that I know that they are there, I should be able to play around them. Whoops, no. This corner here, that's a nuisance, but we'll figure it out.
Oh no!
Oh yes, and of course you can totally shoot the spike ball. It's something that very easily slips your mind after firing a shot just before, simply because of the cooldown time on a cannon, I think. And that works much better, in fact. Okay, let's see what's going on here. I need to not really take too much of a boost from the dash panels because I need to angle a shot up to the top left, but only after hitting the P-switch. Because if I don't hit the P-switch, that will be blocked. I'm more worried about the left side, to be honest. Oh, interesting. Nope. Missed. Yeah. It'll be tricky to release the shot there, but let's just practice this for a moment. Okay, right as I leave the first panel, that's what I want. To turn, release, and do that. Right as I leave the first panel. Okay. Okay, I understand that. Let's take the hit.
Oh no!
Yeah, sometimes I just need to practice the timing on elements like that in order to work out our specific method for taking it. Let's take the next round. Okay, up we go. Okay, now what? Oh, I think maybe we need to do that twice. Or just... Oh, no. We just sit tight. Okay, that's a cannon check there as we hit checkpoint 2. Okay, no, that's just a switch regulator to make sure that everything is on. We need to toggle the on-off first in order to send something down there. A track block seems like it's going to do something. We can also go up. Lower the track block. Go up here, yes. Hit the on-off switch, not hit your head on the blue blocks up top. Hitting the on-off switch, however, will trap the track block, won't it? Yes, it does. So, yeah, I do have to take a hit here, if I'm not mistaken, because the idea is that you need to get in, hit the switch, and then get out before the track block position has been restored. If I understand that accurately. Yeah, sometimes when you do have to voluntarily take a hit like that, sometimes there's a momentary clarity issue just from, you know, making that decision, understanding that you have to do that. But I think it's pretty clear at that point that you can get trapped in there if you're... no, not fast enough. Luckily, if I don't manage to hit the on-off switch in time, I have enough time to just get out. There we go. Okay, now I need to drop the icicles before I fire onto the right side. Nope. Nope. Alright.
Oh no!
Yeah, I want to drop everything at once, and then we can fire comfortably. But I think I understand this. Yeah. I don't see very many uses of on-off switches with a track block like this, so this is actually kind of a nice timer, it's true. Whoops. It does take a moment to die when you do get trapped in there, of course.
No.
But it's an interesting mechanism. I don't see much done with the track blocks generally, although I know that you've done plenty of it before, just given that you had done so many 3D World levels in this series.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, blue spikes are on if you... Yeah, that's right. I know what you mean. Very easy to have a bit of tunnel vision sometimes as a player. Okay. Get out as quickly as we can. There we go. Let's synchronize all the icicles at once. If I can. Nope. I did need to keep the hat, so... Fortunately, I will be dead here, but let's read this first. It will be P-switch first. Whoa. Okay. P-switch, and then... I have to... probably get all the way onto the left to avoid the spike balls, and then fire. And then on-off will do it. So if I have the hat, how do I do this segment? I think I need to actually get on the twister. And fire like that. But I need to fire in such a fashion that I don't get trapped above the P-block. Because if I get trapped above the P-block, then I'm in pretty big trouble. And to not get trapped above the P-block, well, let's see how we'll do that. But let's take damage first and figure it out from there. Yeah, I know that if you have the P-block active, you can go through the pipe yourself to the left side, but I don't see how you can continue after that. But there may be some element to it that I have not understood just yet. No, I know that you can continue from using the P as a platform to enter the pipe. Okay. Drop all these as before. Oh, no, I got shot by the blaster again, that's why. Yeah, I always get caught by surprise with that. Yeah, I still don't know if I agree with having the spike balls come out of the blasters. I do think that does come as a bit of a surprise to the player, simply because most of the time when you have blasters that act as mobile platforms like that, you know, it tends to be a pretty conventional assumption that they're going to be safe, but it's more that you can't really see it coming, if you know what I mean. Like, you're never going to see it coming until you get hit by it once. Okay. No. Alright.
Oh no.
But anyway, let's get back there and see if we can do anything with that. Yeah, this timer feels pretty comfortable once you understand what's going on with it. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's figure out the timing here. I think I need to... Okay. Oh, no, I can just slip. Okay, that's fine. Whoa, 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 whoa. Didn't think to account for the spike ball. Yeah, okay, so I actually am supposed to get trapped on top of the P then. Yeah, I didn't realize the last time I was there that I could slip to the side of the bouncing mushroom platform, but now the loop there is pretty clear to me. Yeah, Dojo's WoW, don't worry too much about the massive rule text. It's a bit outdated. But generally, I just try to keep things fair for everybody. Thanks for checking that anyway, though. I really do need to update that. Okay, no, I got hit.
Oh no.
Yeah, main thing on this stream rules-wise is simply that I don't tend to keep a strict time limit. It depends on how the night is going, how many people are in queue, how much fun I'm having with the level, etc. So we're on the last phase here, so hopefully we'll be through it fairly expediently. Let's get through here. Let's try to drop icicles at once. But no. Got crunch there once again.
Oh no!
Definitely have the right idea. It's just that I do need to navigate that a bit more precisely. Yeah, I like how reliable the left side feels once I understand how the timing mechanism is going to work. Nope, missed. Okay, there we go. Okay. This I hope I understand a bit better now. Nope, got hit. Let's see what's above, though. Okay, just going to scout ahead to see what's here, even though we've already lost a hat. Looks like I will need to dodge or shoot that spike ball. Yeah, this is one obstacle of just shooting left and right, because I want to eliminate the spike ball with a shot. And then before the next one spawns in my face over here... Right, the conveyor is going to be the main thing I want to be careful with. Because if I clear one ball, I get up there, I take the shot, but then I have another ball below that's going to spawn very quickly from a red pipe. And then I just alternate
Oh no!
until the blaster on the bottom left drops into a location that likely activates the next elevator. Yeah, Breaker Tech, it is either leave or replace if you want to replace that with a different code. You can use the replace command plus your new code. Maybe I should put in some help text. And welcome back. Oh, as I was saying that, I accidentally forgot to make it past this gate.
Oh no!
And Douglas Obvif has... hello, greetings to you as well. I missed your message earlier. We are doing fine. Okay, let's get in over here. And yeah, Breaker, hope you enjoy Ori. And like I was saying yesterday, there's definitely a lot of refinement from the first to the second game, but I do think the first one is well worth playing in its own right. And then if you like it enough to progress to the second, you will really be in for a treat. I am in the middle of streaming the second game, actually, as I was saying to some people yesterday, including yourself. We're very close to finishing Ori and the Will of the Wisps on this stream. Okay. That was remarkably accurate, given the circumstances. And yeah, so that's been the main thing I've been doing outside of Mario Maker in the last little bits. Let's check the respawn timing on this. Okay, good. We can do it. And is the P-switch mechanism going to raise me here or not? Do I need to wait for the P-switch to expire? Yes. Wait for it to expire. That crushes the Boom Boom. Douglas, worlds are allowed. I will take them kind of 15-minute chunks at a time, basically. Like, I will play at least the first level like a normal level, and if the levels just tend to be very quick, I'll kind of determine based on the queue and based on how long I'm taking whether to continue one level at a time. And if I don't get very far, you're always welcome to continue resubmitting a world on future streams. So, thank you for that, Glitch. And yeah, see you around, Breaker Tech. And Glitch, glad to have you back as well with a couple of new levels. I see that we both have a lot of catching up to do, so glad to give you the clear on that one. We will mark that as a win. More to come, indeed. Okay, this will be the second check for Easy, who seemed to be lurking in online earlier, but did not check in, so Easy, second and last call. And failing that, we will move on to Greggy Spike, if Greggy Spike is still here. So yeah, let's move on a spot. Okay, Sky. S2S. And 0 SF. Okay, Greggy. If you have any recommendations, let me know. I probably won't be doing one of the huge Metroid levels tonight because, you know, those do take sometimes about an hour to get through. I'd be happy to show them off on some of the other streams, though, when we are running streams that are not viewer levels. So if you have something that's more short to medium length, that would be probably better. But let me know if you have a particular preference for what you want me to play. Pow Pow, okay. Let's... Pow Pow Pow, here we are. Ah, your first one-screen puzzle. Can you get all coins? Pow is your friend. TPP, I assume it's just Team Pow Pow, unless it's toilet paper puzzle or something. Okay, let's take a look. 0.5%. Sometimes that concerns me a bit when it comes to things that are supposedly puzzles, because it means something's going to kill you. Oh, I see, because you need to be careful with these guys here. I wonder if you can just crush them, push them, swim past them, I guess. Unless you can soft drop and crush them. Yes, you can. Yep, that's it. That's it. Okay. That's how to do it. Except here I'd need to be careful about being able to pick it up afterwards. Okay, there we are. Yep. I guess the shell is what I need for the on-off switch, but why do I need the on-off switch yet? Because I need to get through the lower gate in the bottom left. Okay, there we are. Let's try to crush this and do a pickup. Oh, Team Precision puzzle, okay. Okay, can't quite get to crush on this guy. Yeah, because he just bounces. I see. What if I just let the POW sit on him, though? Does it get the crush? Yes, but then I lose the POW. Okay. That's a bit of an issue. I need to clear out as much as I can with the POW before I do that, then. And I need to save the shell to get through here. Shell would also be able to break these locations for the star. Okay, yeah. So maybe I should have considered that. Star will allow me to just get through most of this invincibly. Using the vines, of course, will also allow me to navigate some things. I need to, at some point, spend a POW in order to get rid of the muncher stack. And even if I get rid of one muncher stack, I need to do something about the second one on the stack in the middle here. So, yeah, this attempt is pretty much blown, but we'll see what I can do. Interesting location here of the shells as well. I do think for the most part that the POW drop actually gets me out of a lot of trouble. Or should, anyway. Yeah, I'm not going to do this, but Let's figure out what the P-switch does. P-switch kills off a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, I see. The P-switch allows me to get through the doors. And I have enough time to swim there if I've cleared out all of this first. Okay, so... yeah, the main thing at this point that I don't know about is the munchers. Because it feels like I need 2 POWs, maybe, to get rid of the munchers, unless there's something I'm missing. It's okay, we'll figure that out as we go. Whoops, don't want to hit it. That was a mistake. Okay, let's sweep all the coins while we can. And, okay, here we are. Yeah, so we'll need to figure out a couple of things. The sequence for the on-off switch, the star, the P-switch getting me through the door to the star. Oh, except when you hit the P-switch, there is a coin below the star. That will overlap with it, and so maybe that's an issue. Okay. Yeah, I've got to do this guy last because I need to kill everything else first. Can I get through here? Yep. Okay, this isn't too bad precision-wise. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I need to figure out how to get this collision to work a little bit better. Yeah, I think I need to probably take out the bottom first and then eventually just use the POW. Let's do that in a moment. Oh, whoops. Okay. And yeah, hello to you as well, Tease HD or DLSE HD. I can't always tell like L's and I's and so on. But and unfortunately I can't read Korean either, because that would simplify things. Okay, so we soft drop that and pick it up. Soft dropping it sort of when we're beside it actually does solve some problems. That's something to keep in mind when we try to get rid of that lower one, but yeah, some of the drifting locations, of course, aren't quite as open to this style of kill. But we do that, we're fine. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a certain element of precision to this, but I don't see it being like 0.5% hard. Something is going on here with people not engaging with the puzzle, perhaps. Because I normally don't play precision stuff, but I do play puzzles, as most of you know, and this doesn't feel like it's pushing to precision half too hard in terms of what I can do. Just need to be a bit careful about swimming and about momentum. And yeah, I mean, it feels pretty good so far. I can probably just drop that POW directly, in fact, on that lower one. I don't know why I'm trying to go around that spiny, because I've got plenty of opportunity to pick up the POW again afterwards, so... Oh, look at that Buzzy Beetle going that way. I didn't see until just now that it walks all the way over here. I should actually be stomping it. Maybe. Like if I'm going faster. And... Let's see. That's not how to do it, but let's see if I can actually intercept that beetle before it falls down. I'll have to clean up some of these coins later. Whoops. Not like that, obviously. Okay. Yeah, we'll clean up the coins on the left side later. Let's just try not to hit the POW, and also just try to intercept the beetle. That's going to be the new idea. Okay. Nope. Yeah, it didn't quite work. Interesting, though, that when you place a POW above a spiny like this, you can reposition it slightly in terms of the center position of where it is trying to float. That's something that might be important to know. But we'll have to play with that a bit and see what else we can do. So let's just, whoops. Trying to rush a little bit too hard now that I'm trying to do something quickly. Okay. Let's see if I can beat the beetle. Can I? Whoops. Ah. Nope. I can clearly reach it, just not if I play like that and bump into every corner along the way. Okay, here we are. Let's drop the POW for a moment, because I want to see if I can just bump this guy. There we are. And then hit that once, because that's going to spend a shell regardless. And so now we have access to the P-switch from the left side. And that's great, because that's going to give me access to the star room. But then the issue is, when I hit the P-switch, doesn't that take out the star? And the other question is how to use the Shelmet. I think the Shelmet is actually going to be used as I approach the Munchers. Because if I spend a POW right as I'm standing by the Munchers and I have the Shelmet on, I get to save myself from being crushed by the second Muncher as it comes down. Okay. That's not going to crush it. Oh, my bad. I was hoping to just crush it directly, but I do in fact need to go around it. Okay. We're in much better shape, though. Yeah, because I do see the coin that's underneath the star. And that's going to be a potential issue. But anyway, let's grab this guy. I mean, you can always just fire the shell down low as well. As long as I swim and... Yeah, because the coin blocks in the bottom area seem to imply that I should be thinking about a shell deflection on the lower level. Okay, here we go. Okay. That's not what I wanted to do, but... Because now we don't have the Shelmet. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. I need to go to the left before I fire the shell, I think, and I need to not fire it at myself. Okay. Actually, if I just send a shell to the left, it's going to pick up a whole bunch of coins for me. It's going to go all the way down. And then when I hit the on-off switch, that's not going to do anything, because the shell should still be going across that gap. But that solves a number of problems. So let's just continue and see what we can do. Yeah, let's see if we can swim around this guy without getting hit. Sometimes my momentum is the issue there. Yeah, still need to get around that guy in the bottom right, but I think we have the general idea. Anyway, race to shell. What? Nope. Nope. Too slow. Okay. Right idea, kind of inaccurate. Now I need to wait for this cycle to take out this guy. Dropped it. Nope. Okay, here we are. I feel like I do want to dispense with this shell on the left side. Unfortunately, yeah, that's not going to happen. Unless I come down and drop it like that, yeah, that works. And it also collects some of the coins into blocks, which are actually necessary in order to get the full count. So I will absolutely have to drop a shell down here, because that's the only way I can complete the coins in the lowest segment. And I can probably pick it up again and use the shell to hit P. I don't know if I actually need to do that, though. No, the shell isn't going to ride to P. Okay. It is, however, going to float all the way across, which is interesting. Yeah. The other thing I can do, of course, is do it like that. And if I can grab the shell again, maybe I can hit that star. Except I don't want to eliminate this corner because I need to keep the second Shelmet. And I'm sure at this point that I want to wear the Shelmet in order to get through the Munchers. I'm only at 92 coins, which is... Oh yeah, I guess we want to get up to 107 in order to have the final 50 coin add up properly. So, what am I missing? I'm missing 1 coin and then the blocks, aren't I? Because how am I missing 9 coins? Because even if I have to collect coins from the blocks, it's only going to be 1, 2... Interesting. Unless this is a coin block. No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, because it seems like I will be short of the number of coins I need anyway at this point. Since I only have 1 coin remaining underneath the star and I have 50 over here, it's still not going to be enough to hit the clear condition, and I'm not sure why. So, also, because I am underwater, I can't actually enter while holding the POW, which is interesting because it means that if I spend the POW on something, then I can go through the door, respawn, and grab a second POW. However, I don't want to spend a POW because spending a POW drops to 50 coin, and that eliminates it. So for example, if I throw it like this, or does it not drop to 50 coin? Yes, it does, okay. And regardless, I can't reobtain the POW once I come through the door. Yes, that's why you need a star, because everything respawns when you come through the star door. Okay. Okay, Drop this. Drop this. Hopefully before the shell has a wiggle. There we go. Timing was a little bit tight there. We made it. Okay. Now let's see if I can get the Shelmet just out of the way. Because if I can do that... I mean, I don't want to climb up the vine because that would probably... Oh, no. That's not how to do it either. Yeah. Okay. Grab this. Hit that guy. Come over here. I haven't really thought about... Whoops. How to use the on switch properly yet either. So yeah, Greggy, I'll see if I can solve it in this segment. If I don't have it done before we move on to some other levels, I will definitely return to this and finish it properly. Probably in something like a puzzle stream later in the week. We've been starting to run puzzle exclusive streams recently, so I think I can get this. It's just that right now there are some coins that are kind of unaccounted for, and I still haven't quite figured out some of the other interactions. Zero Planes, let's stop and give Zero a shout out. And Zero Planes, I think that if you also request Luminous levels, you would be able to score it according to that metric in your own right, as you've been doing recently with all kinds of adjectives. So, anybody who is here as a viewer level submitter, I think that if you are not aware of Zero Planes' channel, you should definitely fix that and give him a follow and a visit. Yeah, Zero Planes was somebody I was submitting to before I ever started streaming myself. So, highly, highly recommended for your various viewer level needs. Let's down here, and yeah, thank you very much for the raid. I hope everything has been fine on your end. On what was once again a Mario Maker stream. Your audio is broken. Ah, yes, okay. Well, let me know when your audio has been restored. It's not something on my end for once, although sometimes we have some issues. Okay, going too slow, yeah. So yeah, here I want to go for the beetle for sure, and I want to send it down to the blocks for sure. That much I've figured out. The issues so far seem to be getting rid of the guy in the bottom right. And... whoops. And yeah, anybody who is newly here for viewer levels, you might want to get submissions in soon, because I will be closing down a queue before too long, since I'm not running too late tonight, but anybody who is just kind of here to hang out, you're quite welcome to do so as well, so. Alright, we've sent the shell down there. Let's see what else we can do. We know that we can take this guy out using the POW. That's not really the case for that other Spiny down low. We also know that we can eventually spend a shell on the on switch on the right. Okay, let's just try to bump this guy. There we go. Oh, reobtain, and that was a bit inaccurate. Okay, let's see what we can do. Not like that. And Zero Planes. Okay, welcome back to having your audio available. I was just, first of all, telling my viewers that I'm sure that the luminosity of a level is something that will be scored on your stream soon enough if you go through the whole thesaurus of adjectives that levels can be. Also, just generally giving them a recommendation to head over to your stream, since it was actually one of the earliest viewer level streams in this game that I was following before I started running this channel myself. Yeah, very glad to have you here. Hope everything was fine on your side and that the levels have been treating you well. And... oh, we got many luminous levels around here. We tend to have a pretty fine selection of makers drop by this channel, and so I'm always quite pleased with many of the things I see. Okay, I don't think I'm actually able to re-grab this at this point, which is unfortunate. Yeah, because I can't actually bump it and re-grab it unless I bump it with the brick from below, which I'm not able to do because I haven't sent the shell down to that location just yet. You've been on an uncleared level kick, okay. Hope you've been seeing some interesting ones there. I don't know if you've just been going through the list in the search function of the game or hunting them down some other way, but whoops. Yeah, so Greggy, I might not retain this level too much longer unless we make a little bit more progress on the solution itself, just so we can get through the queue, but you are welcome, as always, to resubmit this, and we'll be doing a puzzle stream later in the week, I'm sure, once we are finished with the other main program we've had recently, which is Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Ah, and people have been sending them along. Great. Okay. Yeah, I am just losing a lot of attempts here just to bit of imprecision and forgetting what it is I'm doing, so let's try to get over to the Buzzy Beetle in time. Whoop. Nope. And, yeah. Drop this. Move forward. Drop this. No, there we go. Okay. Now I did find some way to deflect this to the left side earlier from a much safer position than what I was trying. And yeah, Ori has been the main game that I've been running alongside Mario Maker over the past week or so, and we are almost done. I'm in what looks like one of the final areas. Okay, that's not going to be quite right. Hang on. Let's just try to put in one really solid attempt. I haven't executed my intention properly in this level for quite some time now. And so we need to fix that up. Okay, no, once again, not releasing the panel properly. Oh, whoops. There we go. So yeah, let's try to fix that up. Race to Buzzy. Still need to figure out the sequence. That's killing me way too often. Just, you know, getting down that one spot. And, okay. Get rid of this guy, drop this. Go for the Buzzy Shell, and send him down this location before he wiggles. Oh, he's gonna wiggle. There we go. Yeah, it's this guy in the bottom right that I still don't know how to deal with. I feel like it can't just be something like a POW drop, because I do need to eventually get all three of those coins, and I can't overlap that with some kind of falling object, but if I can just grab this shell and then move back up with the shell without wearing it. Hang on. Then I might be in better shape. Maybe I should be doing Divine Climb here. Nope. I cannot do Divine Climb. I have to approach it from the side. Now that at least collects the coins down there, but that's not going to help me for the end of the puzzle. So yeah, I think the idea will be that I head over to the P-switch and swim quickly over to the star. Right, okay, no, I can't actually reclaim the POW. Now, this should respawn to star, though, yes. And I actually need to bop this guy, because doing so... Whoops, no, that's not it. Right, because that will allow me to reclaim the POW, in fact. So if I take this, then I get all the way back over here. And then... Whoop. Clinging onto too many vines. Right, because now I have the POW available once more, but then I have to deflect everything. Okay. Let's see if I can actually kill this guy with a POW. I don't think that was a very smart use of the star, actually, but if I can do it this way. Yeah. So yeah, at this point, Greggy Spike, I think I will resume this one later on. We did put in a fair effort for the time being, so thanks for submitting that one. We may take a closer look at it in one of the other streams this week. And you're already in the Discord, so I think you will be able to keep up with that. Anybody new here, we have scheduling information on the Discord and sometimes some planning for streams that are not being drawn from the viewer queue. So Doge Doge Wow should be next. Hey, Monkey Man, welcome. And let's just move on to the next thing now. So thank you to the patience of everybody waiting. And yeah, we'll have to get back to that one somehow. I think I've got most of the sequence correct at this point. Is thinking about what to do with the respawn through the door in terms of recovering a POW. Going through a door would also respawn the Buzzy Shell, and we know that we're going to have to flip back and forth through the door in order to have access to the star because of the way the star is overlaying one of the coins. But anyway, we'll think about that level the next time we actually look at it. In the meantime, we'll see a level in which Furry Mario gets a car license. I'm very concerned about the first clear there from our friend Mathtor, which I believe is... nobody can say my old name, right? If I'm correct. That's the guy? Yeah, that's kind of concerning. You have a 76-minute world record for the only clear. And Mario finished a driving test without crashing while furry. Well, somebody did. But that seemed to take some effort, so we'll see if we can get anywhere close to that. And yes, Monkey Man, I have played Hollow Knight. I did not play it on stream because I did not have a capture card at the time. But I'm certainly looking forward to streaming Silk Song for whenever that comes out. Okay. So, what's this about a car license? Do we want to know? Well, anyway, let's just go for a drive. We see some platforms up top. We're already peeling off some wheels, as you can see. Okay. What surprises lay in store? Oh, I see, because you have that kind of soft reset here. Let's just start over. Okay. I guess the reset door is just for reacquiring the car if so necessary. And yeah, we'll just go on a pleasant country drive and see how tight we wind up on that timer. That 70-minute record really does look pretty suspicious. Nope. Because it tells me that there's going to be some kind of checkpoint shenanigans later on. We will have to find out what. Anyway, the title does something about furry Mario, so we'll see if there's anything involving a cat we should be aware of. So, Monkey Man, thank you for a Hollow Knight Crossroads. Whoops. And we'll see how that goes. Oh. Now, this car is mostly busted at this point. And we can reset through the door, but it's probably advisable just to restart. So yeah, definitely want to end this first segment here just to see what is actually going on in this level. We are obviously not yet at the point where we've seen what the trick is here. There is some kind of trick. It's clearly something that's going on. I can ditch the car and hop, but I don't know yet if it's going to be gated in some unseemly fashion as we make it all the way probably to the top left to a glass pipe, I'm thinking, clear pipe that takes us down to the green pipe on the bottom right. And then after that, we're going to see what's going on in the subworld, because we just know from the clock that there's going to be some kind of checkpoint thing that's going to be a bit, well, I wouldn't say unconventional, but let's just say surprises no doubt lie in store. Whoops. Have to get past this bit first before we actually get to see the level. I mean, we might just ditch and scout ahead. Yeah, sure, let's scout. Given that we're not going to be able to take the car anyway, I kind of suspect that you're required to ditch the car at the end of this segment. And that would be the incentive to keep it, that you are required to ditch it at a later point. That's what I'm guessing. So, yeah, I guess the trampolines here are mostly just there to spawn the car, keep it in a controlled position, but we'll see soon enough what this is all about. Hopefully. No, I keep missing that jump. It's always that jump where I'm a little bit late on the input. Okay. Hang on just a second. Yeah, I mean, if we can't even get past this part, that would be very unfortunate. Yeah, you know what, let's just try to scout ahead once again. I should really not rely on that twirl. I'm going to do one quick thing here. I will get back into this in just a second. Let's scout the map. Yeah, as you can see, looks like there's some kind of fail text on the top right. So maybe the green pipe is mostly there as an exit pipe. We'll see about that. Object here certainly seems to be to get over to the top left. We made it probably about 2/3 of the way back there. Let's see what to do with this. We're not even at the part where Mario gets to be furry. Okay, not going to be able to get enough reach to jump up to the top left from here. You do need to do at least part of the driving challenge. But yeah, there's some reason, like maybe the green pipe is meant to be an exit pipe, not an entry pipe, given that it leads you up to the fail text. Can I get that within camera range? No, doesn't seem so. Hang on. Yeah, look at that green pipe up top. Okay. We can kind of see what's going on there. I don't think that's actually accessible to me, though. Let me just try this once again. Just to see what's going on. Yeah, that's completely blocked off by the hard blocks, so I can't actually go through it. Just going to scout that one more time here. By the hard block placement, maybe that's going to block off the ceiling as well, so it's not like we can cheese it. But looking at the wall on the right side, maybe yeah. Okay, so we'll have to drive over to the top left, and then from the top left, there's going to be something that transports us. Hang on, just going to inspect the map once more. This is the kind of level that I think does justify this. I don't remember if I've actually enabled the zoom on my Switch, but you can see that there is a green pipe exit on the very bottom right of the level. That is right before the big vertical wall. And then that drops you over to the flag. So you do kind of need to get over everything else, because yeah, there are ground tiles that block off the entire column to the left of the flag, so you can't go over the glass pipe. You don't want to be in the glass pipe at all, I guess, because that's what shows you the fail text as you go from green pipe to green pipe. Don't think it's going to be a warp box. I do think there's definitely going to be a subworld. We know for sure from the clear time that there's going to be a checkpoint. Also notice the clear check time. The clear check time is 7 minute 30 something, and so we probably will have some kind of pretty tight accuracy check on the second half. I will say right now, I'm probably not going to spend too long on this, because design-wise, I don't know that it's giving me much to talk about just yet. I just want to see if there is something we can figure out about getting through the first segment. So. But I don't plan to spend too long on this one. Simply because, you know, if I'm just mostly trying to platform over to the left side, there's not much for people to watch. And that's just how decisions get made around here. But, you know, we'll make sure we give this a proper effort. And whoops. Currently midnight? Ah, who sleeps at midnight? Who knows? Yeah, it would be nice if we could see what's going on in the subworld just so we can understand the level, because right now I know that I haven't really seen it properly yet, but that will kind of depend on whether I can successfully make it to the top left. Who sleeps at midnight on a Saturday? Yeah, I guess if you have any pressing commitments on Sunday, I mean, that is understandable. But anyway, let's head up here. I have very little understanding of human sleep times. And if I did, I probably would not be able to stream. But that's okay. There is content at all hours in this fair game of ours. Yeah, we'll see if I can actually make it to the end of this driving segment within this timeout. If not, I'm probably not going to stick with this one for too long. Just because I don't think there's much to watch right now. But if there's some kind of like really surprising trollishness in the next segment, yeah, it would be interesting to at least get a first look at what that is. But until that point, we may move on. Let's see. Just going to give this a fair try. That would require me to actually drive and jump properly first, and you know, from a platforming perspective, I think it's a little bit difficult to estimate distance at the speed I'm going, just in terms of having things within camera view. Remmers, good to have you back. Thank you for put a ring on it. Boo. It's been a long time. Yeah, given that we totaled the car, I think I will drop this for the time being, but I unfortunately don't drive well enough to actually see the second segment and see what this is all about. I'm kind of curious about this level, though. I might have to go to Nobody Could See My Old Name stream and watch his clear. Because, like, I don't know if he did that 76-minute clear on stream, but if he did, I am very, very impressed. He has a certain sense of commitment that is very impressive. So anyway, thanks for dropping that anyway, Doge, wow. And yeah, hope you see more clears on your end. So let's mark that as a loss. Okay, Q is probably going to close relatively soon, depending on the state of how things are going. So I'm just going to duck into Mang's next submission here, if Mang is checking in. And we'll see how things look from there. Der Yogurt Hose or Meng is always kind of hanging around here. So yeah, thank you for sticking around and checking in as always. And we'll have something that's hopefully a little bit more of an interactive experience. Here's a grasshopper. 0.87%. You fell in the grass and hurt your knee. Mom is yelling. You're in pain. Okay, so I'll see how this is going in terms of difficulty, and if it looks like it's going to take a bit of time, I will close down a queue definitely by the time I'm finished with this level, I think. And then we'll be running for quite a while afterwards, so if you are already in queue, it's worth staying. I almost always get through everybody, so we'll see. And hopefully I give some levels a fair look tonight. I've been bailing on more than usual today. I usually complete just about everything, but the last few have been a bit challenging. I'm just scouting ahead. I know there's a clear condition here. I just want to see what this is all about. Yeah, it's going to be pretty much about landing on these guys consecutively. I don't know. Except... oh, I see. Yeah, I need to land on grass and hold the vines, because if I hold the vines over the bushes, that means that I will be safe from the condition. Right. So yeah, that's why it's a grasshopper level. I understand it. Yeah, Monkey Man, the thing about level descriptions is that I do have a habit of forgetting them pretty much as soon as I walk into the level itself. But let's cling on to the bushes. There we go. And then we get a bounce. Okay, I get it. Bounce. Okay, so we want to fall into this segment here. And, whoa, thank you for the sub, Remmers. I got momentarily distracted by that, and that was well worth it. So yeah, thank you very much, Remmers. Good to have you resub after some time away on my end. And we have lots of your levels to catch up on, so... Okay, here we are. No. I want to come back here. Or do I want to come back here? Because if I spring... Yeah. Like that. Because if I come up here to the claw, I will probably die, or not? No, because the thwomp comes, it drops the muncher... And I can't quite do that. Let's just practice this, because I think the idea should be that I want to go around. Unless I'm able to get on a Wiggler from this side. I need to practice this just a little bit. Yeah, because the one-way panels do prevent me from going up from that point there. I'll need to figure out my method there, whether I should be going from the spring a second time or going from the claw. I think I may have to go from the claw, but we'll need to look at that a bit further. Axeman, welcome. Okay, let's see this. Yeah, because the thwomp follows me, so I do need to go around, and I do need enough momentum going into the claw such that I can swing back to the left of the spring. Once I'm back to the left of the spring, then, whoops, I will be able to get onto Wiggler pretty comfortably. So, it's just a matter of making sure I have enough momentum to actually make it over to spring. That's the missing link right now. Okay, that's on this guy. Over, and yeah, too far to the left, but that is the correct idea. Okay. And let's see here. I'm going to pop this. Over. Very satisfying bopping those yellow blocks as well. There we go. And okay, down on this Goomba and then to the left. And then probably a consecutive series of spin jumps, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I need a spin jump back onto Goomba and then onto Thwomp. So I just read that a bit too slowly the first time, but I do understand it. Whoops. Not my proudest jump. Okay, let's pop this. And over here. Okay, very satisfying. Yeah, very interesting use of background art all over this. I need to appreciate it a little more accurately, but nice to have some of these background doodads be put to a functional purpose for a change. And over we go. And here we go. At long last. Yeah, I knew that was coming, and even so, we were a bit slow to respond. I could totally see that coming. But seeing it is not enough. Okay. Okay. Timing here is pretty smooth once you actually do get a chance to see it. And look at that mole trapped on the other side. Cannonball here. Goomba here, total miss. Yeah, we want to aim for it when it is probably right around the middle, although towards the right one-way panel is probably fine as well. Just going to scout ahead here just to see what we are dealing with. Okay, so that's going to be a time bounce as well. And let's just see if we understand what the timing will be. That's not going to be it. Probably to try to catch it on its way over left to right. That's actually much simpler. I do want to do that way. Okay. Now, what was going on there with that cloud coming down? Oh yeah, I suppose the idea is to drop the icicles. Right? Like, you take one bounce off the moles, you drop the icicles. Then... let's see if we can understand this before we reset. Okay, you hit one mole, these guys come down. You come around. I think the idea is that I want to get on top of the icicle. No, I can't get on top of the icicle because that triggers the clear condition failure, so... I'll have to look at that because that one I don't understand yet. We'll need to redo all this to get back there. Hey, there we are. Okay, up we go. Yeah, it's a bit too slow there. I did have the general idea. Okay, getting there though. Whoops. Getting a bit sloppy though. It's alright, we'll just get back to where we were without failing the clear condition quite so early. But yeah, still thinking about that segment later on when you get to the icicles and the on-off switches. Simply because from a solving perspective, we haven't quite understood it yet. But we'll hopefully get there soon enough. Nope. Didn't get a good grip there, as I was trying to rush my way through that position. Okay. Yeah, everything here feels easy to repeat once we understand the concept. Including this timing here. Okay, this is the part that worries me a bit, but we can get over. Look at that block up top in the top left. I don't know what that's all about. Okay, here we are. And we want the shell going from left to right. Okay, so we want the thwomp to come over, and then we want to bump on top of the moles. There we go. Now this, I don't understand. I want the icicles to hit the blocks, because when the icicles hit the blocks, that allows me to grip the bush that is in that location and continue. Yeah, I should have gone faster. That was the right idea. That was absolutely correct. Some of the obstacles are solvable in multiple ways, but there's always an easy way to do things. Okay. Well, I mean, the hard way is how we typically wind up doing everything anyway, so we'll ask you about that afterwards, perhaps, whether we actually have found things the easy way. No, I mean, from the perspective of execution, this has been pretty smooth so far. I think it's often difficult to make a concept with don't leave the ground actually stick. But, you know, just simply because you're always kind of fighting with how the game is going to detect that and notify you. But here it's pretty clear. I mean, the issue I've always had with this particular clear condition is simply the lack of impact from failing, in that, you know, it's something that doesn't feel very responsive. And sometimes, unless the level design really knows how to work around that, there can be issues with clarity. There's no issue with clarity in this level, of course. Like, either you get on the vines or you don't. But the other issue I have with the clear condition is that while it often lets you practice the level, you don't know if you're practicing the later segments accurately because you can't see whether you've triggered the failure or not. But again, that's something that the level design can work around if you're not dealing with anything hyper-precise. And here the margins of error are comfortable enough that I can usually see when I am at risk of failure. So, in fact, it's pretty clear all the way through. Hey, Slime Soup, welcome. And okay, let's go. And forward. There we go. Yeah, the targets are all actually relatively easy to hit, even the ones that are moving, like this one here. Okay. I do understand what to do now, I just need to actually do it. Whoops. You know what? I can probably jump directly over from one bush to the other one without using the second mole, but... Slime Soup, I'm usually down to playtest a decently hard level, and you're certainly welcome to submit it. The only issue is that, depending on how quickly I get through the rest of the queue tonight, I may have to speed things up a little bit, but if I don't give your level a fair shot, you're certainly welcome to resubmit. But yeah, no, I take anything. It's usually pretty clear when something is beyond me. And I don't tend to just say no to levels without having seen what they are, so... So yeah, go ahead and submit. I will almost certainly close the queue right after you submit, though, because at this point, it's already a little bit uncertain as to whether I will stay on long enough to get through everybody else. But yeah, I do tend to stay on harder levels for quite a long time if I'm having fun, so... Definitely no objections to difficulty or length. Super Mario Time Trials. Okay, great. I am going to close the queue as promised, and I will update my stream title accordingly. So just give me a second here while I do some of the administrative stuff on the back end. And yeah, we've been rotating the title around recently and trying a couple of different things, so glad you enjoy it. Luminous levels, have we? Not this crude matter. Okay. Up we go. And back. Okay. Yeah. Really one of the better mechanical uses of background decoration I've seen in some time. Felt like I saw more done with that back in Maker 1 in some ways. Okay. should comfortably get around those moles. Drop an icicle. There we go. Bad idea. Oh, okay, we need to drop these, so... Yeah, if I drop these, then I hit the on-off switch, and then I get back on a claw. Okay. No. There we go. Nope. That was a bit impulsive. Kind of panicked there. Okay, so the idea here is that I need to bump this guy and then jump over him so I clear the space over to Belt, right? And because then, yeah, I need to land on a shell accurately and then, oh yeah, that's pretty much the end. Okay. Wonder what's up with this guy. Probably something to do with the bonus. Okay, we are almost at the finish. So yeah, this is a pretty neat idea all around. Oops. Whoops. Really can't have any hesitation though, you do have to just commit to a lot of these jumps if you want to make it over to the next bush, but the margin of error is pretty comfortable. Once again, as with the last level that Mang showed me on this stream, that was full of the damage boosts from the Bonsai Bills, I'm surprised by how low the clear rate is now that I've gotten as far as I have. Simply because I think a lot of people are losing to not understanding the level rather than not executing it. And it's not hard to understand, it's just that you have to engage with what the mechanic is. Really read it accurately. Okay, back we go. And forward. Nope. Just totally missed that. And at Christian Productions, our queue is closed for today. We can try a hard level some other time, though, if you are able to submit. But yeah, we're running a little bit long today, or are going to, given the people we have remaining. So, I'm not taking more right now. But yeah, we do decently hard levels here from time to time. I'm not a Kaizo specialist by any means, but you know, sometimes I land a shell jump, I guess. Actually, I've been getting unexpectedly better at those lately, so who knows? Sometimes I surprise myself. Whoops. It's one of the only times we've straight up missed that shell. I usually don't have too much trouble with it. Okay. Okay, back we go. And over. Oops. That's definitely one of the tougher jumps in this level, just getting enough clearance over the mole and the muncher before it comes up. You have to be fairly quick about it. Yeah, we've managed to get it most of the time. Okay, over. And yeah. Pretty readable, everything that you have to do. So, there we go. Almost clipped those yellow blocks there. That would have been a bad outcome. Okay, didn't quite make it over to that bush on the left just now, so let's get back over. Here we are. Okay, everything here has essentially been solved, so just a matter of not choking on anything too familiar, like that. Still occasionally having some trouble getting enough clearance around that muncher. That time I just missed that bush completely. So yeah, just a lot of these little things to clean up so we can get a nice good attempt at the end now that it is in sight. Yeah, just have to get that buzzy bounce in the final segment. Then we should be reasonably close to hitting the gate. Okay. Here we are. Yeah, that buzzy shell that we just passed is surprisingly comfortable at the time. Oh, whoops. That was bad. I was aiming for that yellow block on the left, and I didn't expect it to get trapped in the first gap that was created. That was a bit unfortunate. Anyway, let's get back to where we were. And up we go. Yeah, once again, didn't have a very good landing on that bush. It was further left than I had hoped. And that led me to a little bit of trouble because I was already well within full activation range at that point. Yeah. Bit of a D-pad error on my part there in terms of gripping the vine quickly enough. I can tell you the up on my D-pad is getting quite the workout on this level. Definitely one where, when in doubt, hold up. Preferably before landing on the bushes. Okay. I mean, the end is in sight. I think I can definitely clear this, as long as I understand what's actually going on with the buzzy in the final segment. I'm not completely sure I understand it yet, but we'll have to get back there, possibly even practice it if we have a failure. Yeah, interesting that yellow block to the top left. I still don't know what's going on with that. Maybe just a neat little hidden bonus. And we have another raid coming in. Let's pause for a moment to say hi to Keenz. But yeah, a quick shout out to Keenz, who just came in bringing another crew of Mario makers and Mario Maker viewers. And yeah, I suppose everybody coming in when the queue is closed to submissions already, so too bad for anybody who was hoping to submit, but hopefully we'll see many of you back, and in the meantime, many of you can stay here and be reasonably entertained by what we've been doing with the remaining levels in this batch. So, hope the stream has been going well, Keenz. And yeah, welcome everybody who's coming in with that. So I don't know if you were running viewer levels or something else today, Keenz, but regardless, I hope the levels have been treating you well and that everything has been running swimmingly on your side. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know how much longer I will be able to stay on, so some of you are coming in sort of later into the stream. We typically run a fair bit longer, it's just that today I might have to cut off a bit early, so... Welcome regardless, and thank you very much for the raid. Oh, just some level building on your stream today. Okay, hope that's been going well. We'll certainly keep an eye out for some of that. Okay, where were we? Let's get around that mole for once. That's been a bit of a nuisance to us recently. And let's go bush to bush. Bounce into this guy. Up. Okay, everything's fine here as long as I hit this accurately. Then this I do understand by now. Oh, except I failed to trigger the icicle. That's not great because now we're just dead. Yeah, didn't go far enough to do this icicle. Let's scout ahead though and look at the final segment here to make sure I understand it. Because, yeah, I will be landing in this location. I will be nudging the shell. And I think I just need to, whoops, jump around until it is in a location that will allow me to jump through like this. And then, if I still have the clear condition preserved at that point, I should be able to probably bounce onto shell as it's deflecting back. Bounce onto shell and get over to the gate. Yes. So, we're quite close. We are quite close. And yeah, this is a very interesting level. This is actually the second one we've seen from Mang today that's been really mechanically unique. The last one earlier in the stream involved damage boosting through Bonsai Bills. And it was a very crisp mechanic. And yeah, this has been a very interesting use of the don't land condition, which is always nice to see. I mean, it's always nice to see a good use of this condition. It's not always nice to see this condition, given how very easily misused it can be. But yeah, it's a very thoughtful design, and not actually that tight at all. It has a sub 1% clear rate, but feels much more generous than that, I would say. It's just that there is a little bit of a learning curve as you get to each of the obstacles along the way. So thank you for the follow, Monkey Man. Okay. Bump this guy. Bump this. And yeah, we do tend to get some pretty unique submissions on the stream on a pretty regular basis. So I'm quite happy with that. I know that often some people have a degree of trepidation about viewer levels because they think they might be getting garbage all day, or levels that are not to their liking because they're, you know, in genres that maybe they're not so fond of, or difficulty levels they can't quite handle. But, you know, here I just see plenty of creativity and enough to make this a very enjoyable experience for the most part every time. Up. Nope. Touch that corner. So yeah, I'm generally very happy with the viewer level experience as a player. I certainly couldn't imagine running endless all day, although obviously a lot of our fellow streamers do enjoy that quite a bit in their own right. Wait, spin jump. Yeah, I've been on this one for a bit, but as you can see, I have reached the ending gate at least once before. And I roughly understand how the ending is supposed to work now, so I do want to finish this up. The bot says it's open? Yeah, sorry about that. Let's reload the bot. I don't know why it's saying that. I was absolutely certain I closed this earlier. Thanks. I usually reload that properly because sometimes it's not very responsive. So thank you for telling me about that, Monkey Man. An interaction I might not know about in the shell part. When I'm climbing vines, Mario boops the shell automatically. Yeah, I do know that. I haven't made good use of it, but I am aware of that. I'll keep that in mind. I may be doing things the hard way rather than the easy way, as you were specifying earlier, Ming. Yeah, so good catch there, Monkey Man. I think the issue is that sometimes Warp World only reloads the bot display when somebody tries to ping the bot with something, like trying to add a level or triggering a notification some other way. And so it just didn't update when I hit the close button not long ago. Typed in exclamation close, rather, which isn't exactly the same thing as hitting button, but close enough. Okay, let's actually get within range of the icicles this time. I wonder what's going on with that cloud. I don't know if that's just decorative or what. Drop? Please drop. There we go. There we go. And okay, we bump this. Oh, I guess I can bump this back and forth when I'm sitting on it. Okay, I shouldn't have left it for that long. That was just asking for trouble. Yeah, I guess the idea is that maybe I should have just stayed on the vine instead of doing that series of jumps. And you're saying I jumped from the mole to the spring and back to the vines in that part. Let me think about what you're saying as I get back to that location. I can visualize that when I'm actually there, perhaps. Oh, this location, you mean, in terms of letting it follow me. Yeah. We'll do things the hard way. Unless you mean the moles by the icicles later. Whoops. Straight miss. Yeah, I guess you're talking about the icicle segment. Yeah, I guess the idea was supposed to be, you know, jump on one mole, drop, land on the other mole, but we'll get back there and see. I've probably done it in a manner that's harder than what I should have gone for, but we'll get back there and rethink that. At this point, though, I'll just go with what works, given that, you know, we do have something that works for everything up to the final segment. Here we are. Yeah, that was going to be a problem when I missed that block. So. Yeah, thanks for the patience of everybody waiting in queue. I know that I've been taking longer than usual on this one, but we are just so close. I think I can get the clear. And regardless, this one's just a lot of fun. I don't mind repeating a lot of this content at all, because it's pretty enjoyable just to execute a lot of these jumps every time. No, spin jump. I have to beat the memory check, of course, in terms of understanding what it is I'm doing. Okay, here we are. Yeah, it's quite entertaining. And it feels quite comfortable. It doesn't feel tight at all, as I was saying. So, just have to remember to do things like the spin jump there, jump over this, and over. Love that little knob, that hanging knob of the mushroom platform underneath that block we hit just now. Okay. Okay, let's hit these blocks accurately. Huh? That's gonna be trouble. Yeah, that's gonna be trouble. Didn't even have that problem previously, and then now we're running into it several times in a row, which is never a good sign. Okay, back here. Oh, whoops. No. Getting a bit impatient. Could I have jumped forwards? Jumped forwards... you mean past the mole and swamp segment? No, I'm pretty sure I did have to go to the upper level. I mean, if you were thinking about that yellow block that was to the right of that segment, I think that was mostly there to control something to do with the swamp positioning. I don't know. I'll have to go back there and see what I'm looking at. Very curious, that block on the top left. It's still getting my attention every time. Hey. Up we go. There we go. Now let's not completely flub this. There we go. Yeah, I guess that's a little better, actually. Here we are. No. Okay. Yeah, I do need to get that on the first cycle, I think. Or just bump it by standing on Vine and just, you know, knocking it back and forth this way. Maybe. Let's test it against this guy. Yeah, that's it. If we use this method, I'm maybe in much better shape in terms of timing. Because then that will hit repeatedly on this side. A little bit better. So for example, let's just try it. Yeah, because then we have a bit more reliable control over when the blocks are being hit, as long as I wait for it to actually be deflected, so let's just try that. Or a similar method. Because of that double hit on the shell, I do need to pay a bit of attention to whether it is in fact moving. But that's the only thing that we need to adjust to make that work. Yeah, one moment while I check how we're doing with the queue. I would love to finish this. But I know we are keeping a lot of people waiting, and like I said, I don't know if I will be able to get through the whole queue today. But we'll do our best. And why do I have no hydrate? Oh, you mean in the rewards for the channel points? And that's probably a good idea, so I actually do remember to stay hydrated from time to time. Whoops. That's a good reminder, by the way. I'm just going to take a sip of my cold coffee. Yeah, I haven't actually expanded my channel point rewards in some time. They kind of need a new look, I think, because I was basically on break from streaming for quite some time until returning earlier this month, and there's just a lot of maintenance and cleanup I need to do when I actually find a time to work on this channel again, which, you know, hasn't really been happening lately. but I thought it was more important in the short term to just get back to streaming at all. So okay, here we are. No, that did not go well. There we are. Does seem like we're regressing a little bit after coming to the end so many times. Okay. Let's not do that. Starting to lose to impatience from time to time in some of the earlier segments. Okay. Slipping. And slipping. If there is a Maker 3, what do I think would be added? Well, I don't know, but I'm really hoping for the penguin suit. I keep telling people that. I mean, in the first major patch in this game, when they added the ice coin blocks and so on, they already were thinking about fire and ice interactions in the engine, and I think now the lack of the ice flower and the penguin suit is particularly conspicuous. Penguin suit I could see being something like a New Soup exclusive, of course, but we missed the opportunity to do this, didn't we? No, we got it. Got it. I think there's a lot of potential in a style that is modeled specifically after Odyssey. You know, with its own rule set and the way that 3D World has its own rule set. But I don't know if necessarily that would happen. Okay. Man, we have to get back to this. Please resubmit it at some point. We may also take it into one of the spillover streams, but I feel like I have hit a bit of a wall. But we absolutely must finish this at some point. Yeah, great concept. We've gotten so close to the end. Very unfortunate that we have to bail at this point, but I would love to get through the rest. Okay, let's see who's next. Also, Remmers, I know you subbed in earlier. I had been just going straight next to today, and I hadn't warned anybody about going sub next, so I hope it's okay with you if I just continue going down the next queue for this session, and we'll let you cash into sub privileges next time if so. So yeah, Douglas, we'll see how long it takes us to get through the first level. Usually I put in at least 15 minutes into Worlds. Today, because I am beginning to run a bit long, I'll make that determination based on the first level. We will at least treat the first level as a normal submission, and whether we continue with the world will depend on how quickly things are going. Okay, let's play it. 5 levels. And uploaded very shortly after the patch that introduced the Super Worlds, in fact, so let's take a look and see how it goes. And wow, 469 footprints on the entrance, so looks like we have a Mario 64 remake. Sadly, without the Mario 64 Bob-on Battlefield music, but okay, interesting. So we've come up here, we've checked for 1-ups. Yeah, I guess the arrows are just being used as flags in what appears to be Peach's castle. And we've got a key. Yeah, this totally is supposed to be Peach's castle, I think, in terms of the entranceway and the portrait over the door and the little pond off to the side. So yeah, let's go through door number 1. I see. So I'm guessing that the Super World, if it is a Mario 64 concept, takes us through each of these portraits. Off of a shared opening gate. So anyway, here's Bob-omb Battlefield. We should take our own course up here through Chomp. Door to the left, let's see. Real Beach Inn, welcome. Good to see you here, it's been a while. Hope you've been enjoying Mario Maker over on your side as well. And yeah, finally getting some regular streaming done with this game after way too much time away. And okay, let's actually be careful with the red pipe spawns. Yeah, it's a very aesthetically complete remake of Mario 64. I completely expect at this point that as we go through the Super World, that we'll have more of the lobby of Peach's Castle, only with some of the other portrait rooms opening up instead. Complete with Lakitu driving the camera, or at least throwing coins at us all day. Okay, let's get in here. And yeah, just make the climb, really capturing the non-linearity of Mario 64's original form, of course. That's kind of an important element of its character. Actually using the bob-ombs from time to time might be helpful. But that just takes us back to this early segment here, yep. That's familiar enough. And we'll just make the climb. Dodge all the spike balls as we did back in the day. And I'm guessing that we just have to get up top and probably fight the big bomb, except, you know, let's make the easy jumps first. You played a puzzle yesterday, you need to send it me sometime soon. Yeah, definitely drop me the code. Real Beach Inn, we actually have started to run some separate puzzle streams. I'm hoping to get back to that in the middle of the week, so if you even drop the code in my Discord, or just send it to me by PM or something, that would be fantastic. Because then I can schedule that in. But if you want to send it to viewer levels, of course, that's quite open to you as well. But yeah, I mean, I'm always hunting for puzzles to do on a bit of a longer scale. Given that I think some of them do need a dedicated session outside of viewer levels to properly shine. Especially with how long I take just, you know, talking about puzzles instead of necessarily progressing through them. Okay, you got this maker from Philly B. I will definitely look into that. Yeah, lately we've kind of been alternating between Mario Maker and Ori and the Will of the Wisps, but I'm just about finished with Ori. I should be done sometime this week, so hoping to get more Maker content back in after that. And yeah, Douglas, I know that it's a very thorough remake, and it does capture a lot of the non-linearity of the original layout, so... And I totally see what you're going for with things like the spike ball climb up the mountain towards what may or may not be a big bomb of a boss. But I mean, even in Mario 64 originally, I was never quite good at that climb, even if it is the introductory stage of the game. So, whoops. And yeah, Bijin, thanks for the code. We'll definitely try to schedule that one in, especially if it's, you know, something that's going to take a bit longer to muddle through. And yeah, it looks like you should be proud of how the world came out. I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, you play the first level and you kind of understand right away what the unifying concept is going to be. Given how quickly you uploaded it after the patch in April of last year, I'm assuming that you already kind of had this laid out as a set of levels even before the Super World system was available. I mean, I would have a very hard time believing that you just put this together in the space of a week as a complete set. So. Let's... getting a bit sloppy with some of the simple stuff here. Wow, we hit game over, which is unfortunate, but we'll do it. Like I said, we'll at least get past the first one. Given the state of the queue, I probably won't be playing too much further than the first level, if at all, tonight, but we will definitely at least try to score this clear. I did notice the big drop-off in the player count from the first level on, but I think that's fairly common for a lot of Super Worlds that gets popularly circulated. The last levels that you made for Mario 64 were Big Boo's Haunt and Shifting Sandland. Yeah, lots to go. And yeah, we'll just go back and forth. Oh, got sniped by the chomp. Okay. We can do this. I kind of wonder about stomping on a cannonball up on the left side, actually. Okay, we had to try it at least once. It would have been irresponsible not to try it. And this, for that matter, no, that's not going to take me nearly high enough. Mushroom, very useful. Key door to the left. Okay, here we are, as expected. I mean, that will probably just do the trick, yeah. Still kind of nice to see him with his crown, though. And out of the portrait we go, and to the clear, so... We'll at least take a quick look at the second one, since I've only been on this for less than 10 minutes or so, so... That's kind of the usual policy I have with these Super World submissions, is, you know, if we breeze through it really quickly, we may as well see how they continue as a set. I may not finish this one, but let's at least take a peek. Just so we see more of the concept here in Whomp's Fortress. And I can see the other ones on your profile. Yeah, not the same thing, though, as just waltzing in here again. I know the door was unlocked. I just wanted to check this side to see what might have differed. Anyway, I'm going to skip the initial key. Get in here, and what do we got? Yep, this has been done already. Let's go down to pipe. Into the basement. And down in the basement we have the passageway into Whomp's Fortress. Let's remember that slopes don't take me into pipes, first of all, but anyways, through the door we go, and I know I should be going up and not sliding too far while we're at it. Ah, okay, so that's how you do the rotating segments in 2D. Pretty neat. Wanted to send a shell against these guys, but okay, sure, we'll do it that way. That seems reasonably stylish. Oh, okay, vertical thump. Rather important to know. Funny, because with a shell I might have been able to get up top. And up we go. Okay, so there's a key, and where shall this take me? And there we go, okay. Yeah, pretty charming remakes. And yeah, that went down pretty smoothly, actually. So. Yeah, okay. At this point, in the interest of time, I will probably just move on to the next submission at this point, but I'm pretty sure that we can get the rest of this done in short order soon enough. So, thank you for submitting that, Douglas. I'm just cutting off a bit early simply because we are running late in the stream. Otherwise, I would be quite happy to try to see it all in one sitting. But thanks for the submission. And thanks for checking in, individual with a Korean name and an English name, neither of which I can really pronounce. TLSEHD764? Maybe? I'm not sure. If you have a suggestion, that would be welcome, but... Yeah, and thank you for the follow earlier again, Douglas. You'll know where to find me. BM5. Okay, ZZ, GNZZ. I'll just call you GN. I think it's easiest if I do that, given that you have GN World 4-2. 32%? Okay, maybe this will go down fairly smoothly. Okay. Probably the most straightforwardly traditional-like thing we've seen all day, in fact, which tells you what a very eclectic selection we've had recently. Now, this being more of a traditional selection, we'll, of course, take our time to do some optional things here and there and just generally get ourselves in trouble. Yeah. I like the trees, actually. Guess you have this somewhat physically implausible row of frost connecting tree to tree, but, you know, we'll take it. Whatever helps us get the platforming done. Oh, Rocky Wrench is sniping us. Okay, flower right after the checkpoint. Will certainly help us get through stuff like this gate here. I mean, yeah, I guess the fire bar is unlikely to poke you. If it is going to poke you... Actually, no, it can totally poke you, I think. Let's bust this open first before I test that. I guess you won't get locked here, because even if you do get poked by the fire bar, you should be able to respawn a flower here. No, because it's a power-up. So maybe it is possible to get locked. No, it doesn't seem to poke you through the slope. The artwork just makes it look like that's the kind of thing that might happen, but... You know, it's always good to test these things, just to poke around and get ourselves into trouble, as I was saying. Alright, down we go. Whoops. Yeah, that's not an entry pipe. Pretty obviously not an entry pipe, but, you know, we check these things. I'm just going to drop this one, I think. No. Okay, that works. Works for me. And we're not going to get hammered, but we are going to get an icicle in the face. Very much a problem of our own making. That's a very generous supply of flowers. Naturally, we're going to check this. And this. Okay, what's up here? More flowers, more coins, and a red pipe. Which... Okay, that's just coins, that's not an exit, but... We found it. Yeah, as I quite often say on the stream, you know, hunting for optional objectives and coins and so on might not be very functionally useful in this game, but it's such a part of the language of traditional Mario in terms of secret hunting and interacting where the developers have placed things that feels very unfortunate not to do them. Anyway, let's get up here and give things a poke. And down, okay. Couldn't help but notice that this is one of the many levels out there that have pipes with junctions. And sure, let's do this little sequence at the end. Grab the 1-up, and thank you for the GG. So yeah, kind of nice to take a little bit of a traditional breather from all the other concepts that we've been seeing. And yeah, part of a super world that is how many levels long? 15 levels long, okay. So, don't know if that's still expanding. Congratulations on the crown and cape, by the way. Seems like these have gotten quite a bit of traction. Remember what yours was, Monkey Man? No, I don't actually, but I'll know in just a moment. And I know I noticed it, and we talked about it, and I read the title and everything, but... Well, something about Hollow Knight, right? I think you said it was something with the Hollow Knight theme. Yes, that's right. Hollow Knight Crossroads, Part 1. An inaccurate Hollow Knight level, but have fun. Okay. Very freshly uploaded. Thank you for offering me first to clear. I don't know if I'll get it, but we'll put in some kind of effort. And given that this is labeled as a Link level, I assume that we'll have quite a few analogies between Link doing the downward thrust onto spike balls and that traversal in Hollow Knight. What's in here? Okay. Sure, we'll just poke everything. It's kind of interesting to see a Hollow Knight inspired level that's just, you know, something that approximates traversing the environments, because I can tell you that pretty much every time I've seen somebody submit something Hollow Knight themed to this stream, it has usually been something challenging, like a White Palace remake or something, which tends to be very popular. I've seen more than one person send me White Palace remakes. Whoops. Okay, didn't quite see that coming. We no longer have the sword, which is a bit of an issue, but let's see if we can actually reclaim it somewhere. Probably not, by the looks of it. Okay, let's run around and see what good old Mario can do in Link's place. As long as we don't need to bomb our way through anything, we should hopefully be fine for a while longer. Oops. Yeah, probably need to loop around there just a bit more. Or come up to this side and up to semi-solid we go, yep. Ah, yes, you need the sword in order to tap this multiple times and drop it down to the jump block, so... Question at this point is, can we, in fact, grab another sword? Yeah, I guess sometimes the issue I see with levels that use the costume powers is that there can be a bit of uncertainty about whether you are absolutely required to keep them and whether you fail as soon as you take damage. So, from a design perspective, you definitely want a bit of clarity there. I know that, you know, you are supposed to keep the sword because that's what retains the Hollow Knight's theme. Ah, okay, this is where you get a sword, okay. So we'll keep that intact in case we need it at some point. Okay. But we're going to get through here pretty quickly, and here we go. Okay, this looks a little bit blind, but we'll grab the checkpoint. Ah, yeah. Because you're just dropping into the abyss. But at least everything is safe here. You don't need to worry about dropping onto unseen spikes or anything. Kind of nice, by the way, that you have the checkpoint over a little bench. I did notice that minor touch. I do kind of recognize it. It's been a while since I've played Hollow Knight, but the sort of geometry of the crossroads is still somewhat familiar to me. I don't know the game as well as I used to. I am hoping to just do another playthrough of it before Silksong comes out, hopefully, but not sure if I'll find a time. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Do kind of have a sense of who this guy's supposed to be. Don't know if it's supposed to be the... I'm not thinking of the False Knight, am I? Probably not. Anyway, let's bomb this. And yeah, I guess you may be intended to have a particular room to fight him in, but just need to be aware of where the movement can be thrown off slightly like that. We'll definitely want to activate a jump block somehow in case it's containing a key of some sort. Let's just drop a bomb in this location to blow up the ice. Nope, nothing here. Okay. Whoops. Luckily we just got a new sword replaced right there. Let's not touch that. Okay, there we are. And then let's just toss a bomb over there. That was an unexpectedly accurate little deflection. Oops. Yeah, I know I don't have to do it this way, but thought I would try it anyhow. Hang on. Seems unlikely to. We'll just make the jump. Do it the easy way. We don't do things the easy way very often around here, so very unfamiliar feeling. Okay, key door over there. So we'll need to keep an eye out for coin number 5. Can I go down? No. Let's give these guys a poke. And yeah, I guess the blaster was mostly there just to immobilize them on the stack. Okay. I have a sword over there, but no coin. So let's just leave things as is. Oh, there's the coin. Poke him here and there. Alright, fine, we'll just kill him this way instead. I said kill him this way instead. Nope. Going a bit too aggressive against our old friend. And, yeah, let's see how quickly I can traverse my way back around to grab all 5 coins. Yeah, we'll just kind of tap him on the side here and that should do the trick. And back we go. Was there anything back here? I don't actually recall. Nope. Nothing too critical. Made the same mistake as I did last time. That's fine. We'll manage, I'm sure. Okay, so there was the 1 coin over here, and then final coin is just outside the boss room, so let's grab another sword. Okay, now that I kind of understand the flow of where to replenish power-ups, that's much less of an issue when it comes to... Whoops. Navigational uncertainty. And there we go. I think the spacing could in general be a little bit tighter if I were to make a suggestion about how to, you know, do something that's kind of a remake level. I think that in general, with Mario, you do want to think about what the player is going to see and process on screen at any given time. And so when you build like really kind of wide and spacious like this, yeah, it's going to be fairly relaxed in one sense, but it's also going to feel a little bit empty. And it can be hard to see where you're headed as well, but that's the only thing. I think there's a lot of space that could be used a little bit more compactly. But it's fine. I know it's kind of a remake-driven layout, and often those considerations kind of follow their own logic. Okay, we have 2 keys, so we come back here. We already have a sword, so let's just leave that in place for the time being until we need a sword, which is now. And let's grab this key door up here. THX. Assuming... Oh yeah, pipe. Okay. Of course. And that's the flagpole. So yeah, I can see that as kind of a part 1 in that you're probably intending this room to plug into the next area. If I understand you correctly, so... Thank you for offering me first clear. Time for green path, yeah, that's right. I think we're not quite ready for Traitor King just yet, but... Thank you for that. And let's see how we're doing with the rest of the list. Rammers. Yep, thank you for wishing me luck. It's been a while since I've played one of yours, so we'll definitely see how we do. 494 N7L RBG. Put a ring on it, boo. All the single ladies, all the single ladies. Very recent creation from this week. And 1.5% yet. Pretty standard for Rammers level. At least from what I recall, so. Let's expect some boo rings. Maybe. Kind of an interesting boo stack over there. Okay. Probably just a wall jumping over to the Goomba. Oh, I see. Didn't expect those guys so soon. Probably low bounce. Then... Yeah, no, I need to do a high bounce right away to grab the spring, and then it's going to be a low bounce after that. And then... What is the Z trying to tell me, given that I'm holding an item at a time? And then there's the chomp, but then why would I be holding the spring if I'm meant to bounce on the chomp? Probably because I need to throw it. Yeah, because I'm not going to be able to get a spin jump off of this guy here, aren't I? Whoops, keep missing this. And yeah, still kind of reading this. I'm not deliberately taking those depths. I'm just kind of processing that particular room, so I understand what is happening here. Because I should grab the spring, I should chuck it right away, shouldn't I? And then maybe that will let... the chomp do something with it. Yeah, because it seems like the Z indicator is either telling me to... I don't think it's telling me to twirl, it's telling me to probably spin. There's some kind of spin catch that I can do in this game, perhaps, but I don't remember because they changed so much of the item logic. I definitely want some kind of spin jump onto the chomp. And yeah, thank you for dropping by, Monkey Man. Good to see your submission earlier. And looking forward to more. Yeah, still kind of reading this section because I go for the spring and then Do I throw or drop? That's the thing I have to understand here, because in New Soup you can spin while holding items. Yeah, that's kind of important to remember. It's been a while since I've done that. Oh, okay, because then... How does that help me here? Let me think about that. I have to gradually reestablish like all my mechanical knowledge from last year, and I don't think I ever actually did much New Soup item handling.
Oh no!
So, spin while holding items, and then I guess that would... like this twirl here.
Oh no!
But then I still want to get onto Chomp, right? So... let me just think about this for a moment.
Oh no!
Yeah, because the idea would be that I'd want to twirl in position and dodge the boo ring completely, probably.
Oh no!
Twirls to catch the spring, interesting. Huh.
Oh no!
Okay, because I twirl and then... I mean, I would need to drop it, right, in order to
Oh no!
get the appropriate kind of bounce. Unless I'm supposed to get into a spin jump state using a wall jump of some sort.
Oh no!
Catch a spring before falling on a block. Huh. Oh, catch it on the way down. Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah. Okay, that makes a lot more sense to me now.
Oh no!
Once I pay enough attention to get back there. Okay, it took me a moment to process that. I guess maybe that's what the diagonal arrow was trying to tell me, but... sometimes when it comes to indications, I
Oh
don't necessarily process the order in which I'm supposed to do things very well. So yeah. Okay then, twirl on the way to the spring. Grab the spring first, drop on the ring. Then probably... maybe the idea is that I can throw the spring onto the Chomp then. I don't want to twirl that much there yet, but if I do a double twirl over to the spring on right, maybe I can get the position I want. Oh. Okay. No, because it looks like there's a throw indicator on the second pink coin on the right, so I have to actually make it over there. Yeah, you can see how much rust I have to shake off just to understand how to play this game again. Okay, we got it for once, and then I have to keep it. Unless I'm supposed to... let's see, spin off the block. Interesting, yeah. There's a particular sequence of item mechanics that I'm not executing properly here, but I see what I'm supposed to do, I think. Because I need a spin... yeah, that's what I'm going for. Yeah. Spin jump off the block while holding the spring. Get onto the Chomp, bounce on a Chomp, and... yes. Yeah, it's been a while, but it's coming back, slowly. I get it. No, I need to spin accurately instead of holding jump into that block. Get on top of the Chomp, and go. And where's the door? Oh. Okay, took me a moment to read what was going on with the block with the muncher, but then I wall jump over and then I can make it over to the door. Okay, okay, progress, progress.
Oh no!
No, really do need to make the first wall jump so I beat the Thwomp and the Muncher. Get onto the blue platform right away, and then that's going to drop me onto something else. Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah, but this is the right idea.
Oh no!
Yeah. Yeah, whoops. That was not professional. Yeah, I think this is actually the first level since I've come back where I've had to exercise some of the more advanced U-Soup tech again. So, still a little bit off on that bounce there, not getting enough distance horizontally to get over to the chomp, so something is wrong with the way I'm executing that, but whoops.
Oh no!
We'll just have to fix that up steadily. There we go. Nope, couldn't quite reach.
Oh,
Could not quite reach. Nope. I'll do it anyway, just to
oh no!
see. I think I was low on every single one of those jumps for some reason. Probably just not holding it well enough.
Oh no!
Huh.
Oh no!
Okay, just have to fix up the height problem there in terms of... There we go. It's actually kind of a nice landing on that spring when I can do it. I was doing it previously without too much trouble, so that was just a bit of a flub on that last attempt. Nope, miss, miss.
Oh no!
And the wrong kind of hit. There we go. Nope.
Oh no!
Kind of let up on the dash button, maybe just to specifically avoid grabbing from the side like that. No, I need to throw,
Oh,
and I see the one-way panel under the saw blades there as the deflection point. No.
oh,
Too late on that. Need a bit of a crisper wall jump off the left side. I think wall jump has to be the technique there. Yeah, pretty much immediately after the first hit under Junior. I have to go immediately after that. The wall on the left side.
oh no!
Oh, whoops.
Oh no!
Definitely kind of needlessly bumping the clear rate down in certain locations. Miss. Let's practice this anyway. Whoops. Nope.
Oh no!
Never mind. Okay. Actually, was hanging back a little too far left on the chomp there. That's the issue I had with getting enough height on the second coin. Drop, and then what? I don't think I properly... Oh, I see. I just need to hold up to the door, I think. Unless... Yeah, I couldn't quite see what was going on after the Blue Skull platform, but I think I just need to get back to that and read it accurately. It was happening rather quickly, so... But definitely the timing to get on the Blue Skull platform is okay, it's just that I have to see. Yeah, I don't think I actually even looked at the double arrow or the ground pound. Oops. Yeah, I guess if it's supposed to be a ground pound cancel off of the right side and then followed by some kind of wall jump over to the left. Looks like there's something like a P-switch that has to be active there to get a wall out of all those coins. I'll have to go back and actually look at that properly because I didn't get to read at all. Oh, ground pound. Yeah. I thought it was just a duck because I only really looked at the bottom arrow instead of seeing that as a double. Right, because I see the block that's buried under the entry location of the skull platform. Let's just do that. No, let's not. Yeah, I do see the question block there that can be hit, but if that's what's going on. Nope, too late again, but let's redo this just to attempt to see what's going on. Nope. Wrong timing once again. And then it's going to be a P-switch on the left. I need to figure out how to get on that P-switch, probably with a wall slide on the right side. Doesn't explain what's going to brace that door from below, though. We're missing everything, but might as well practice what we can. Might as well remember to twirl into some of that stuff. I was reading ahead a little bit too far and just missed the wall jump completely. So, not my proudest moment. But yeah, I think I'm going a little bit too slowly into that, which is why my timing with the chomp is a little bit off. Yeah, because when my timing against a chomp is crisp, everything there feels really accurate. Jump towards the right side, slide down to right, jump to the left, hit the P. That's how I'm reading that. No, forgot to throw. Yeah, but then I need to see what's actually going to give me access to the door. Whatever it is, I have not spawned it in position yet. Probably something that will become apparent when I hit the second P-switch over there. Yeah, I see what I'm doing there, is that I'm getting ahead and spawning the swamp early enough. I see, you get onto P and the P is actually what braces you under the door, yep. Yeah, because I'm getting far enough ahead to spawn the chomp, whoops,
Oh,
and
no.
during the time when I've spawned a chomp in its initial position, I'm taking a little bit too long to actually get on it.
No.
And if I'm a little bit delayed to get onto the chomp, that's when I lose too much height. So, I do understand the problem I am supposed to fix here. Whoops, was trying to hold up going into the P-switch there, and I think I just slipped right off. I mean, that is correct by the looks of it. Nope, missed once again. I think I'm actually late given the positioning on the P that I'm seeing,
Oh, no.
and that it was slightly above the location that I needed to get the door entry. There we go. Checkpoint.
Oh, no.
Why would I do that? That would be a mistake. There we go. Yeah, hit the POW and then enter like that. I should have wall jumped up in that section just to see what to do. Interesting that you have a checkpoint right there with the boos sniping you right away. Must have made for an interesting clear check for sure.
Oh, no.
I need to basically stay on these positions until the boo ring gets out of the way, don't I?
Oh, no.
Like, just kind of bounce back and forth until the boos are where I want them.
Oh,
But
no.
let's just see. Should really twirl to adjust my timing a bit more than I'm doing.
No.
But
Oh, no.
yeah, I do want the wall jump out of that. Maybe. It seems like the boos
Oh, no.
do tend to get in the way, but if I slide down actually after hitting the third one
Oh, no.
and just kind of rotate around that way, is a bit of a timing challenge, but it looks good.
Oh, no.
Actually, I'm just going too slowly. If I'm wall jumping faster, I should be able to beat the ring entirely. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I just need to be quicker.
Oh, no.
And also maintain full height with those jumps as often as I can. Whoops.
Oh,
Okay. I get the idea.
oh, no.
Occasionally getting a little bit too much height, actually, as I get right over the one-way panel.
Oh, no.
I'll just need to watch that when I'm gaining a bit aggressively.
Oh, no.
There is a certain incentive to just go as hard and fast as possible, though, and that's what's getting me into a bit of trouble with the spikes from time to time.
Oh, no.
But given that everything is lining up with the camera spawn position of getting the boos in range, as long as I take the obstacles one at a time and watch out for the spin jump indicators, I should probably be fine. Whoops. Let's hold jump into that. And then spin off the jump block up above. Yep. Okay, probably should have been holding dash into that as well, just to get that extra bit of height. Yeah, and then that's just going to be a wall jump onto, obviously a wall spin jump onto the spiny. I don't know why I missed that. Oops.
Oh no!
Getting there. Getting there slowly. Oops. Let's not hit the restart button. That would be a bad idea. That would be not advisable at all.
Oh no!
Huh. Wonder how I missed a spin there. But we'll get this.
Oh no!
Yeah, those hitboxes on the boomerangs, that's quite something. You know, we'll take it. Whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah, the issue I'm having with the Goomba is actually... I have been letting up on the dash button with the wall climb here just so I have a bit more control with my thumb going up the wall jumps. And I'm not repressing dash soon enough to get on and off that Goomba at full speed. So, just a lot of minor variations in control. Minor adjustments that we, whoops, make as we get comfortable with the sequence here. So, that's okay. This feels doable. Why? Because I get a jump off of that. Oh, maybe that's not supposed to be a spin, given that it's not marked as one. But there we go. Yeah, I do need to ground pound in order to get the key. But I was late on the up button there. But I have this segment essentially figured out. It's purely a question of accuracy at this point, rather than reading. Nope, accidentally hitting up too early and canceling the ground pound. But I have it. Nope, a bit too late once again. Definitely a very specific timing window to switch between the down and the up input. But at least I am getting back there somewhat consistently. Nope. That's okay, just a matter of practice. This is the kind of maneuver that I see on streams all the time and don't really execute very much myself. Oops. And so I don't quite have the timing window down in my fingers, but you know, that's what the little POW tutorial in the checkpoint segment was for, I suppose, just to make sure you know what you're doing when you see that. Nope. And I guess that was partly true of the P timing in the first section as well, but that didn't actually give me too much trouble. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a matter of getting the timing down on the POW. And then we should have it. Oh, huh, too early. Much, much too early. Okay, here we are. And back down we go. Nope. Late every time. Okay. Well, we'll do it until we get it. Now I'm overcompensating, doing it a bit too early, canceling. And... okay. That's alright, I'm sure we'll get it one of these days, and this will be the day. So let's not die in this segment, whatever it is. Is this a good idea? It's not a good idea. It's not a good idea at all, actually. But we'll do it. Thank you for the follow. And yeah, Slime Soup, we will have time to look at yours, but it will definitely be the last thing today. And hopefully I have time to finish. I am running way over my intended time, though, so... thank you for that, Remmer. It's good to see one from you after all this time. Definitely a very necessary review of some new soup tech that had kind of gone to rust on my end, so... good to finally get some practice in on some of that after a long time not doing it. I'm just surprised that the clear rate is as high as 1.4 on this, but either you've just been sending it to really good people, or maybe everybody else has been working on their NSMB game while I've been off. So, thank you for the GGs. And thank you once again for the sub. And yeah, there's definitely a bit of a knowledge barrier in some ways. And then some of it, you know, you just have to really understand timing windows when it comes to when it's safe to enter doors and such. I think, though, partly it's more that there's so much going on in that level that a lot of it was just getting the initial read down. And as you could see, once I was reading those segments accurately, the execution followed pretty consistently, at least up until the door entry points, so... it's just one of those levels, I think, where, you know, absorbing everything that is going on the screen and really seeing the indicators and seeing the paths is the main hump to get over. But very satisfying platforming, as always. Slime Soup. Let's watch out for snow keys, bullet bills, and spikes in this snowy level of SMTT, which I assume is just Super Mario Time Trials, as you specified in the title. World record is fairly tight under 20 seconds, so I would assume that it's something like a 20-second limit that is pretty precisely tuned. And we're not going to know much from the clear rate so far, given the low sample size of players, but let's see how well we do. And thank you for the wishes of good luck. Maybe we'll need it. Okay, so it's kind of a traditional layout where we just need to blast through it. It's kind of funny. It has a bit of the openness to it that I associate with things like the Ninja speedrun levels. It's kind of nice to see a speed level in this style, which is very much just about routing. Yeah, right now I'm just scouting it out, seeing what is in store. These aren't going to be particularly great attempts, but we're just going to try to find a smooth path to get over safely. Yeah, it has that vibe particularly with the verticality of it in terms of having multiple paths set up. I know that I haven't seen Sneakin come around here for quite a long time, but he used to send me a lot of stuff like this. Okay, snowballs here. Yeah, this is all just about maintaining momentum, I think. I would assume from the world record that the timer might be pretty tight, although once again, small sample size, who knows. Yeah, hit too many walls along the way. Yeah, in some ways when it comes to people who do things like 20-second timers, not enough makers do this concept, where you are still thinking with the spacing and the flexibility of traditional Mario instead of being confined to a very straight path. But we'll see, because I'm definitely far from finding a good path so far. Right now I'm just kind of in an exploration phase. Nope. We'll see how far we get, which is not far. But I think pretty much as soon as I lose momentum anywhere, I should understand that I'm probably dead. Okay. Yeah, too high jump off there, but that seemed to go fairly well for the most part. 8 seconds going into that segment, we'll just kind of keep that in mind as a benchmark. And maybe even get some bounces from time to time. And not run into too many plants along the way, but we'll clean that up as we go along. Yeah, coming down this route seems pretty nice, except I lost momentum there, and that's going to be death for sure. Definitely want to take the middle path on that long bridge when it comes up. Yep, a little bit late going into that guy. Okay, on we go. That was not a good start. So I see, yeah, this is 1-2 of a series. Very satisfying series of bounces, but that doesn't get us much when we run into a pipe directly afterwards. Yeah, I guess Ninjas are pretty much almost over, given that there are only slots for 2 additional levels, and certainly no sign of any additional support for this game after that. This will be death, but let's just scout. I will kind of miss that. I'm not a serious speedrunner player by any means, but... and it's really not the mentality that suits my style very much, but I've actually enjoyed routing through the Ninja levels quite a bit, and even as somebody who's not really a natural speedrunner, just exploring the paths and understanding them very easily gets you into something like the top 2%, I've found in my experience. And so it's kind of been nice to just do that every time and, you know, find my own way into things before seeing what the record holders have been doing. Yeah, this will definitely not make it, but I just want to see what I'm in for. Interesting green pipe up top. No sign of the flagpole yet, but I've been losing a lot of time on attempts like that, so... Yeah, no, that pipe gets me a lot. And I really can't afford to cut momentum either. Yeah. Falling right into that blaster. Still not seeing the flag, but I am pushing a little bit further than I have before. The green pipe was a mishap. Interesting. Not some kind of emergency clear check shortcut. Although if it were, that would be fairly obvious from something like the clear check time, I'm sure. Okay. Occasionally we get satisfying bounces. Sometimes, however, we just don't. If I have a late takeoff off the pipe, I feel like I can probably get a good bounce off of the spike with the snowball. That's... I'll just need to rep this properly and see if we understand what to do. You might re-upload for the green pipe. Oh, in case it misleads anybody, I suppose, but... I mean, given that you have 20 seconds, I don't think people are going to really take the time to look at that, particularly if they're already at that point in the level. Yeah. Lost too much speed there. So yeah, still haven't seen the endpoint. I feel like it must be reasonably close. But I have been making a fair share of stumbles, even on the supposedly good attempts. So, we'll push through this for a while just to see what can be done with it. No, I'm not going to be able to get that unless I'm really... I don't think an edge jump would do it either. I would need to have short hops off both pipes to do that. I'm not sure at this point that I want to bother, although maybe going for the Goomba like that and having a nice big burst up the top side is a decent idea. I'll have to think about that and see. I don't know why I went to the lower segment here. This will be a disaster, but we may as well rehearse everything possible. Yeah. This guy has been stopping me a couple of times. Going low might be a pretty decent strategy here, just because I can see where I'm going without worrying about landings. So maybe I actually should be staying low as often as possible. You know, just to get nice short hops in there. Yeah, look at that green pipe. Yeah, short hops on a lower level might be good. I actually had about 2 seconds on the clock in that segment there, and that's about as far as I'd made it previously, and so despite some stumbles, that was actually kind of a promising attempt. So yeah, let's go low here. I really wanted to bounce in that pokey to get up on this level here. 1 second will be death for sure, regardless. Yeah, too much of a stumble there once again. And there. It's falling so far behind, in fact, that the spike had already waddled all the way down. Okay. Didn't expect to bump my head quite like that, but Yeah, once again, that blaster. Yeah, Rammers, that would be interesting. It looks like it must be pretty decently tuned when it comes to time just because of the current record holder. But, of course, that's on, what, 2 clears so far in this level? So maybe that doesn't tell me anything useful about tightness. I kind of feel like the flag must not be too far from the blue pipes that we've gotten so far. And yeah, I guess the clear check time was only 0.1 ahead of the current player record. And so I think I really cannot afford to lose momentum anywhere. I just have to straight run all the way through. And we'll see soon enough how much is left. Oh, whoops. I thought I'd get the bounce there. And yeah. I'm always interested to see how levels like this are calibrated. I guess maybe you timed what kind of horizontal distance you could afford to have the player cover at all, and then kind of built into that, if I were to guess. You know, because if you're kind of building around it, maintaining forward momentum the whole time, you can get a pretty accurate estimate of how long the level should be even before you build. I don't know, because I'm not somebody who builds speedruns, I just play them when they come up, so... But given that this one is very much just about holding right and not stumbling into anything, rather than having any dynamic interactions that could really throw that off, I'm guessing that's pretty similar. Yeah, ran right until 20 seconds and put the pole there, yeah. While considering that that was the method, the actual spacing of the level layout is pretty reasonable. Like, it looks very plausibly like a traditional level in terms of spacing, you know, apart from, of course, being much more vertically stacked with multiple paths than some of those tend to be. This will definitely be death. I'm just kind of getting used to the later segments. That blaster that's placed tile or two up from the ground is definitely a repeated nuisance, but yeah, we'll see if I can get it. It's possible I may have to log off soon, but I'll see if I can stay on this for the time being. I am enjoying it, so... Okay. Let's stay low here. Whoops, not that low. Took a lot of inspiration from the Lost Levels. Yeah, we'll be staying on this a little bit longer. I do want to figure it out. I don't know that I feel particularly close, given that we haven't seen the flagpole yet, but... I'm definitely getting a better sense of what routes I want to take early on. Okay. Yeah, if I'm getting to bounce off the pokey, I do need to avoid that. But I think that could potentially be a consistent approach. If I just nail that. Not like that. That's the risk of taking a Koopa route, is that sometimes I just unexpectedly bounce on it. It does throw off my pattern. Nope. And yeah, just a lot of bad attempts to shake out of the way. I've definitely had an unusual number of incomplete levels tonight, relative to how many I tend to clear, because yeah, I think the last few viewer level sessions I did in fact manage to clear everything, but we had a bit more attendance tonight, and some harder content as well, so you know, these things, they come and go. Yeah, that's gonna be death. But if we can at least find a decent, reliable path for this early stuff. Yeah, I want to stay low there. Then at least I can start to work out a preferred path for what I see later on. So here, no, I am able to make it over to the Blaster. I've done so many times before. Okay. Let up a little too soon on that one. I was really hoping to get the Poke Bounce. Getting in there at about 7 seconds. Okay. Yeah, once again, really have to aim around that guy. Maybe a full jump off the Poke is the right idea. And we'll just need to refine our technique. Okay. I don't know why I was doing that. That's not the usual approach. But, you know, after enough attempts, the memory for the preferred method can really start to drift a bit, which is one of the reasons I'm not really a speedrunner player by nature. You actually need to keep decent mental track of what you're doing at any given time as you go from one segment to the next. Always very impressed with the people who speedrun full games over the course of even an hour or so and have to keep a very specific rehearsed pattern in mind. Yeah, I don't know why I'm still playing around with that lower route. That's clearly not what I should be going for, but okay. No cut momentum there, that's unfortunate. Getting there with 2 seconds. Yeah, we'll have to think about how to read that. One limitation, of course, of only having 20 seconds to work with is that there is no real opportunity to scout ahead unless I were to exit to the map screen, but I'll put in a few more attempts at least, and we'll try to get a decent effort in this. Whoops. And that's why I take the Koopa route. Okay. Alright, getting back into shape. To some extent, except I keep falling into locations that are very inconvenient. Still got there with about 2 seconds left, though. I don't think that would have made it, given that we still had the blue pipes at the end to cover, but... a couple of things are starting to get sorted out. Yeah, I don't know if getting a high bounce off the pokey is the right idea there, because it just lands directly in a spot that stops me. And so I think I want to go low just for visibility. Okay. Let's see how we're doing here. But if I let up... I mean, ideally I'd want to go under that piranha, but I don't think I can with my falling arc unless I really let up on that bounce. So... we'll see. That's going to take some refinement. Whoops. Would prefer not to bounce that guy. Okay. Nope. Yeah, that did not go at all. Just have to stick to the plan from time to time. Stay low. Stay low. Yeah. No. Disaster. Just running into absolutely everything as we get into that segment. So yeah, after the last screen that we ended on, all I've seen so far is that we have 2 blue pipes and then still no sign of the flagpole, so I may not be anywhere close. If I don't clear it, I will definitely take a look at the map screen afterwards just to see how close I am. But I'm getting stuck on way too many things in this last part here. So. Okay. Let's see how we do. Yeah, I kind of figured, just given the clock, that I can't be too far. Yeah, going for the lower level is kind of a bad idea every time. Seems like a few specific spots where I'm getting jammed usually involve falling towards a location that I can't quite see. Or just having jump arcs that aren't quite what I want, so... yeah, bouncing off the Snow Pokey increasingly seems like a bad idea, but... I'm going for that strategy on the lower level, it is a little bit difficult to avoid. Maybe going under the Koopa... like so... not too bad, but... I think I need to stick to the plan that is most familiar. And go for this route here. I was hoping for a bounce just over to Pokey and then just skip it entirely. Short bounce might not be a bad idea, but I think it might run into trouble against that blaster. So. I have a lot of little things to work out about that particular snag. Yeah. I'd have to go shorter or longer. And longer isn't great. Okay, just a few more runs and then I will probably have to bail from there. But must be an interesting experience as a maker, though, just to find which routes people prefer. If you see a lot of people approach it. In terms of what different players find most comfortable. Yeah. Ooh. Yikes. Well, that was dreadful. And... okay, seems like there's a hard block on the top right of that screen. Oh, I know we're quite close. There's too many snags at the very end there. Yeah, I needed to get a second jump off that location, and then there I'm just getting stuck completely. Okay. No, just disastrous segment here. Couple of snow spikes on the right of the pipes, and then we'll see. It would be nice to at least get the flag visible on screen, because given that I haven't even gotten that far, I think it is going to be quite some time before I actually manage to find a usable route here. Whoops. Okay, let's take a look at the map. I just want to see, out of curiosity, how far we are. And yeah, we were quite close to getting the flag on screen. It was the two pipes, and then it was the two semi-solid platforms with the snow spikes. We were about half a screen away. Half a screen is still quite some distance to cover. As you can see, clear check time is sort of within a second, so it's tight. But can be done with practice. It's more that I don't have the routing figured out for the middle segment just yet. So thank you for that, Slime Soup. You're welcome to resubmit this or another Super Mario Time Trial as you will, and, you know, we'll at least put in a reasonable effort, even if we can't quite refine it to the point of clearing. So thank you very much for submitting. We will just clear this one out for the time being. Okay, so we are through the queue. Thank you for staying around, everybody. I know that we had an unusual number of incomplete experiences, as I said earlier, but many of those I hope we will be able to return to in future sessions. So yeah, just on a couple of housekeeping notes. Those of you who want to kind of drop codes in the middle of the week or just interact with the makers in this small but hopefully recovering community, we do have a Discord where I will be putting up scheduling information as it comes in. Viewer Levels is a fairly regular weekend program here, but during the week we have been mostly running Ori and the Will of the Wisps. When that's finished up, I will probably get back to running more stuff like Super Mario Maker puzzle streams and Super Worlds and things like that. So, in the meantime, thank you for watching. We have a decent number of people here to carry over into a raid that will hopefully make somebody's day, so I will scan around for that, so stick around and we'll send you somewhere interesting. In the meantime, a good night, or good morning, or perhaps even good afternoon to you, wherever you are, and fare thee well. Thank you for joining.